Alright, guys. BLM here, back. Another live stream. What the fuck is going on? Dude, there's like so much shit to talk about here. But yeah, we're continuing on for Red Dead 2, obviously. So yeah, there's so much. There's so much to talk about. Kind of meh Survivor episode. Interesting Australian Survivor finale. But mainly, what the fuck is going on with Big Brother Canada? Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this show? It's like, we don't even know what the fuck is going on. So, yeah. It's like, what a bizarre week. Because it's like initially it was like, okay, we learned that Zach was getting backdoored, whatever. But then, like, they announced that the dailies were gone. We were like, okay, that's probably because Ty and Zach are being these assholes or whatever. Then it turns out, oh, Vanessa's, like, out of the game somehow? So I find that out. And then tonight we find out, oh, no, it also is that Zach and Ty are being assholes. So what the fuck is going on there? Yeah, I don't know how it became my longest video ever either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened there with the AU review. Because straight up, like, coming into it, I don't believe it was on pace to be my longest video. Coming into the finale, I should say. It wasn't on pace to be my longest video ever. But then somehow I talked 40 minutes about the finale, and I had to cut it down so much to where, it still, like, I essentially cut it in half, but yeah, it still ends up being my longest video ever, so. Yeah, that's something. I'm too fair. It's not my longest video ever. It's just the longest video that's currently out because the Last of Us video is still double the length, but still. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck BB Can is doing. I don't know, like, from a production standpoint. Mind you, I think this still would have happened, right? I mean, the fact that we still have the feeds, the no dailies, like, still, they would have shut down feeds 100%. So I think that part of it is like, okay, that would have happened anyway, but, like, still, the fact that, like, again, like, what is this cheating scandal? Like, I mean, Rob posted, like, Rob, the boot from the previous week, posted on Twitter that it's pretty much nothing. Like, I'm assuming it's just, like, Hope, like, snuck in a letter from home or something. Is that what it is? But the fact that, like, one, it's like, what would BB Can do about that? Like, really, it should be nothing, but I could see BB Can being stupid and actually doing something about that because it's BB Can. And they're super, like, strict with rules and everything. But also, it's like, what the fuck are Ty and Zach doing with that information, too? Stats on engagement for 10 versus 11 is lower. Well, I mean, obviously. I mean, like, that's not shocking. I mean, that was always going to be the case without feeds and stuff. Mid-season power ranking for 44 is this week. That's currently the plan. Next week will probably be BB Can's mid-season power ranking. I believe we did get confirmation on the USA 2 departure date, which is next Friday, which means that we'll probably have a cast pretty soon afterwards, to where we'll talk about it next Sunday. But, like, I'll probably have a video of that probably the following Monday, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, this is turning into BB Can 8 for sure. I would not be 100% shocked if we come, like, tomorrow that Zach gets ejected from the game for something stupid. Like, I doubt it's Hope, because it's like it'd be stupid if that's what it is. If it is just like he brought in a letter from home and they actually eject him for that, that's really stupid. But, like, I could see, like, Ty and Zach doing something stupid and that causing one of them to be ejected. But also, we haven't been able to talk about what the fuck is Kuzi doing with this HOH also. There's been a lot of crazy stuff there. Dude, there's, like, so much going on. Yeah, I am thinking Carolyn's going to be number one in the power ranking. I'll be honest, I'm not super solidified on this. I'm pretty solidified on Carolyn being number one, but, like, I'm not solidified on the list as a whole, though. Where,
You saved my life, and I'm well
I mean, yeah, we might as well just talk it through, right? It's like, but yeah, so like Carolyn's one. I think this, like, so Matthew's gone, which not 100% shocking, but like still a letdown of an episode. The fact that like we end on his medevac and then no vote out, no anything. So yeah, that's true. Yeah, what are my what was going? I would say like this episode as a whole, like for Survivor, was kind of boring to me. But that was like the highlight. That was like, what the fuck are you doing? Brandon and Danny essentially plotting out a secret alliance right in front of Carolyn. And essentially like seeming to just assume that Carolyn's gonna go home. Like all of that was really stupid. But yeah, so with me, the main point of contention for the list is it's kind of the middle. Where again, like right now I have Carolyn 1, Jam Jam 2. I decided to move like essentially I'm doing the Tika as the top 3. That's essentially what I'm doing. It's Carolyn, Jam Jam, Carson. Again, I still think Tika is the tribe that we're supposed to be rooting for. So yeah, I put them at the top. Then I have Matt and Franny. I actually moved Franny up, even though I still feel like, again, like I feel like we've been getting set up to her being booted before Matt at least, and I feel like this episode is just kind of like weird for Matt. But I think they're next. After that is where I'm a bit hazy, because then we have Heidi and Lauren, who are barely there, but they both have like. Well, I think Heidi more so has like at least some personal content, and it feels like she has at least like this storyline of her being underestimated, to where I could see this turning into something after the merge. Considering we're at the point in Survivor where the last few seasons it really feels like the post-merge is where like the winner edit like really kicks in. So like I'm not gonna rule out Heidi in particular. Lauren, I'm a bit more unsure about. Like Lauren, I'm like, is there really a story there? I don't know what the story is. And two, for a lot of that's just because like, I don't think I have this memory on this season like memorized as well as previous seasons. I mean, just as a whole, like I have like, I don't know, I'm just not as invested in this season. Which I don't know if it's just because like there's so much other shit going on that I'm like focusing so much more on. But to me, it's like this is like the first season of WoW where I really feel like Survivor has like become like kind of an afterthought to me. To where it's like it's just a thing that's on that I'm also covering. So I guess I'll watch it and then talk about it. But it's like I don't know, it doesn't feel like a main like it doesn't feel like my biggest priority right now, which is kind of weird. But I think through that, it kind of makes like the like Edgic analysis a bit tougher because I don't really remember every little thing. But yeah, like Lauren's one that I'm just like a bit like unsure about where exactly she's going. Where am I even? I don't even know where I'm going in the game. Yeah, who's after that? Kane is a big one that I don't know. Like he's getting content. I don't know if it's good content. It doesn't seem like good content. Where it's like we see him bonding with Carson, but then like we follow that out with Carson talking about how like, oh, I'm getting all this information from Ratu and everything. And it's like, I don't know, that doesn't seem great. And then it's Brandon and Danny, who I think I have Brandon above Danny just because I feel like Brandon's gotten. Actually, I guess Danny did get personal content this episode, didn't he? But still, it's like Brandon feels like he has like at least a semblance of like more personal content throughout the season. I think both of them are not winning, and then after that, it's who is it? I really forgot who's at the bottom. Oh yeah, Jamie and Josh. Which the order there is like interchangeable, but both of them are not winning. Dang it, I said that about Gabler last season to a degree, so you never know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel as solidified on the bottom placements on like where exactly they're landing. I do feel solidified in the top though. Yeah, I that's the vibe I get is that Carson's gonna like flip on Ratu, and like be their downfall. Digital dailies are literally misdirecting us. Yeah, I'm misdirecting us in, like kind of. I think it's like more like I don't know if they're like intentionally doing so. I think it's more so that like we just don't have the ability to get the full read on things. I think it's probably more so what's happening. I don't know how. Like I don't have a good. Okay, okay. Should I just let myself die? I don't have a good sense of where we're even at in Red Dead right now. I know we're like in the middle of chapter 2, but like I don't know how far we are into it. I would not be surprised if we don't finish it though. Just because like really, it's like I'm not in a rush. I mean, we'll just kind of play it at like as we go. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll include Vanessa in the player ranking. I don't know where I'm going to include her in the player ranking though. Because like I think she technically played the worst of the three boots, but she also like didn't get booted and wasn't going to get booted. So it's like it's kind of weird. Because I think she does the most actively wrong for sure out of Rob and JM. Oh yeah, I was doing this mission. That's what it was. What is this mission anyway? Oh, money lending and other sins. Isn't this is this the tuberculosis mission or is that later? I feel like every single time we go towards a mission, I don't know what it is. I just assume it's the mission where he gets sick. Okay, well this is not great. Oh fuck. Okay, cool. I would say my I think the win equity for Anika is definitely going up. And even though she came into this like completely blind, it does feel like she's picking up on the game. So good on her. Like I probably have like less flaws with what she's doing than Daniel and Kuzi this week. So at least there's that. But yeah, I mean, it's weird that we're in a position now where I think Claudia is essentially in the best position in the game, right? Where like it feels like Kuzi through going for, I mean, then again, we don't know the ramifications of everything, but like the assumption is that by Kuzi going for Ty and Zach, like taking out Zach and keeping Ty in the game, like you would assume that would burn the bridge between Ty and Kuzi, especially because Ty explicitly said that it would. To where like it kind of moves like Kuzi, Daniel, and Anika from the middle position, and instead shifts it to the girls. Particularly Claudia. I think Claudia is like probably in the best position of those girls. So yeah, I did go all in stock watch wise and on Claudia this week. I went all in, then used the rest of my money on Renee. Where I make a best moves ranking in AU. Maybe eventually. Like I thought about just doing a best move like series of videos, like Survivor, Big Brother, probably Survivor AU, probably BB Can. I don't know if I care enough about SA to do a video like that, but yeah, I would definitely consider it. But probably not soon. I thought World Championship was fun until the ending. Like I thought it was a pretty good episode until the fact that we left on a cliffhanger again. Where am I? Oh, cool. Oh, I'm still like super far away. Wait, I'm not even going to the right mission. Should I just do this mission then, since I'm already like running towards this one? I guess I'll do that one. And I didn't even mark it. Great. George was high on Jerry at Ponderosa. Yeah, he was. Like essentially so the sense that I get from the jury for AU, which we haven't even talked about AU yet, is that in the final 3, coming into it, it was Liz or Matt, leaning very much Liz. However, George was very high on Jerry, but was also still leaning Liz. But I do get the sense that Matt would have beaten Jerry in a final 2, based on what George said in his exit interview, that everyone else was pretty pro Matt over Jerry. Yeah, George himself, though, was pretty high on Jerry, which I get, and like I talk about in my player ranking. Actually, I think I even mentioned in the review that I think on paper, like, I probably would vote for Jerry. Just, I feel like Jerry has, like, the most stable game, to where he's like consistently in the majority throughout the entire post-merge. The issue is the fact that like it never feels like he's actually in control of anything. And And like at the end of the day, I think Liz, Matt, and Jerry to me are all very, very like similar. Like I think they're all very close in my estimations of them. Like I would I like on the player ranking, spoiler, like Liz is higher just because she won. But like they're all pretty much like around the same ballpark. Thoughts and Saints Row, it's bad, but it's also like a mindless game that where like I don't mind playing it after like working on videos all day. And like just playing it to kind of relax, but it is so bad. Like it is like it is Watch Dogs 2 to like another extreme. Where like if I ever do like I mean I've already talked about Watch Dogs 2 before, but so like Watch Dogs 2 is like the most like cringy, one of the most cringy games I've ever played. And 2 for Legion is kind of similar, but like Saints Row is that to like the umpteenth level. Like it's insane, like how cringy that entire game is. Thoughts on the stalemate twist? I mean, is it even a twist? It's just like whoever, like the tie vote. The like essentially, if there's a tie, then the daily winner picks the person that goes into elimination. I mean, it's nothing that special. It's like what we've seen before. Like it's what I expected it to be. Merge boot is between Brandon, Franny, or Josh. I would agree. That's kind of what I was thinking as well. I kind of lean Brandon right now. But also, I feel like the fact that this episode ended with Carolyn saying that like she's upset she didn't get the chance to take out Josh. I feel like that could be something next episode. In that Josh eventually becomes the target instead. And then, yeah, Franny I think could be, but I'm leaning towards not at this point. Just because I feel like we're kind of getting set up of these, like, bros thinking that they're going to run the game only for them to not run the game. Oh, this is where we fucking shoot out the entire town, isn't it? Yeah, this is, like, a pretty dumb mission. But it's a memorable one, at least. I remembered this one.
Heard you had some sort of
Thoughts on Matthew quitting? It sucks, but obviously understand it from his point of view. But it sucks that had to happen.
Well, they weren't friends.
Thank God, by the way, that we're merging next episode. I could not take if we weren't merging next episode. Get another fucking episode of like Josh, Carolyn, and Jam Jam. Of them like having nothing to essentially talk about. It's like, oh my God, why are we gonna vote out Josh? Are we gonna vote out Carolyn? It's like, who fucking cares? Like, obviously Josh and Carolyn or Jam Jam are not going home right now. Like, none of this matters. Like, this is all entirely pointless. So thank God we're merging next episode. Really, it's like I had no doubt that it would have been Josh if they went to tribal. Like, there's no way that Carolyn or Jam Jam are being booted pre-merge in this way. It's like, again, it was just like so dull to me. But even then, the Mad Ejection even makes it even more anticlimactic. Matthew, I'm having number 1 right now on the player ranking. Like, it seemed like he was in a position to run the game. I mean, well, I don't know, run the game, but like at least he was in a very good position on his original tribe. Again, like I assume he would have had a lot of options coming to the merge. But like I don't know how high it'll be in the grand scheme of things, because like I think at the end of the day, it's like, again, we still don't know exactly how his game would have played out, but it's over here, isn't it? Did I pull it with something? Is it this?
You got any dynamite? Yes.
Could Kane lose fire making? Why would Kane lose fire making? I don't know. Like to be honest, I don't know where Kane's going, because I was always assuming he was going to be a pre-merge boot. Like I always assumed he was going to be next to go on Ratu, and I assumed they were going to go to tribal at least one time. But now they're not. It's like, I don't know. Like, maybe he makes it far. But, I don't know. His edit is getting better. Which is making it weird, because, like, I felt like his, like, initial few episodes were like, oh, he's dead. And then now he's, like, getting, like, a kind of an okay edit. But even then, like, this episode still wasn't, like... It felt like he was undercut by by what? What's his name? By Carson. God damn it. To where, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've seen the 43 comparisons with this Valkyrie for AU, which yeah, essentially has it as the Cassidy wins this time, I guess. But I kind of do feel for Matt though, because like Matt essentially like, because it seemed like everyone was under the assumption that it was a final two, to where like supposedly that's the main reason why George flips at final five, is because he was under the assumption, or not flips, but like sides with Matt and Jerry, because like he's assuming it's a final two, so he was like, well, I still need like the trust of Jerry moving forward. Oh, fuck. Cool. Great. Yeah, it's like... I just find it weird everyone thought it was a final two, though. Because, like, I feel like if I'm coming into an Australian Survivor season at this point, I'm always assuming it's a final three. Because, like, knowing production and how much they've been trying for a final three for years, and the fact they finally had it last time, and they got their ideal outcome of someone like Mark winning... like, I don't think they're going back. And I think, like, the only semblance of doubt would have been the Jackie, elimination. To where, okay, what the fuck? To where I think you could say that, like, yeah, that would change up the schedule, which is, like, the reason why there was, like, a semblance of doubt for me. But, like, I think in most situations, I'm like, well, this is definitely a final three now. To where, like, I don't know, it just feels weird that, like, everyone was playing the game under the assumption that it was a final two. Like, literally, Liz was, George was, Matt was. But it's like, at least for Matt, like, at least he actually gets it. Like, he actually, like, played a game that, like, he essentially wins if it's a final two, right? Because if it was a final two, then he wins the final four challenge. Beating Liz there. They vote out Liz, then wins the final immunity challenge over Jerry and George, then votes out George, then wins against Jerry. So I do kind of feel for him. The fact that he essentially had the game won if it was like the format that he was expecting. Okay, cool. I don't know why I just ran into the middle of nowhere again. I'm literally just gonna die again. Fun, hysterical and jam. Oh yeah, that was. Oh yeah, I forgot about that scene. That was actually a really funny scene too. I guess that was like the other good scene of the episode. It was the Danny and Brandon stuff, and then yeah, the Josh's idol. Actually, I'll be honest. I completely forgot about that when I was doing my my power ranking. Like when like assessing people for power ranking, I completely forgot how like Josh was undercut there too. Basically, like for me, it's like Josh and Jamie are the bottom two. It's the debate between which one is worse. And I was kind of leaning towards Jamie, but now that I remember that, maybe it is just Josh. Where's Jerry and Matt rank on a run-up ranking? I haven't even thought it through, really. But I think they're both, like, middle-ish tier. Okay, cool. I think it's tough, right? I think Jerry, I would be more solidly like, okay, he's probably like bottom middle tier. Matt is one that like is middle tier under the assumption that everything he said about his game is true. In the sense of like that he actually was intentionally keeping George in the game to cut him at the very end. Like if that's true, then I would say, okay, it's a middle tier game. He almost had won the game. And this was all intentional, which I do think it was. But it's like if we take away that aspect of it and just like look at it solely from how he played the game, I think he's a bottom tier runner-up. In the sense that like he's kind of just a lackey for George for a lot of the season. And even then kind of messes that up to where like George doesn't even trust him for a lot of the end game. like he's left out of like the Haley vote. He like openly like flips against his initial alliance in a way that all it does is just cause further animosity between them. I feel like for the heroes in particular, I would be surprised if there was any semblance of a chance that they vote for Matt. Oh, fuck off. Or like because like essentially what Matt does is like not too dissimilar from what like Cass does or what like Cochran does, where he's essentially a singular individual that is taking a lot of the brunt of the blame for flipping against his original alliance. With that original alliance not fully understanding why he does so and thinking that he got tricked into doing so. To where, yeah, it's like I don't look at like Matt's game on paper as that good, but it's more so like, well, if he's doing it all intentional, then I guess it's better. Where's George land on the final jury ranking? I mean, him or Josh, right? I think I go him, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. By the way, I did record my top 10 Australian Survivor player video, my updated one. Don't know when it'll be coming out though, because like the schedule's fucked. Because again, I forgot to schedule it. Like I completely forgot about the video until the other day after I did my scheduling thing. So the schedule's kind of fucked now. And something I had to cancel the challenge top 10 competitor videos. So yeah, those will probably be next batch of videos, I guess. Mainly because I don't have 2 Wednesday slots open anymore. So instead, I decided to do a challenge casting video that I prepped today. That took me all day. Yeah, that was a bit of a mess. Because, like, I essentially, it went through, like, 3 different iterations. Like, originally I was going to do a battle of the shows. And then realized that this cast is kind of shit. I don't like this. Then I went to doing, like, a Dreamcast Challenge 40 sort of video. And then also realized, like, I kind of don't like this either. So then it kind of landed as a challenge old school versus new school video. So I guess that's what I'm doing now. I don't know. Like, I did not love how the challenge casting videos turn out. I feel like it's like a situation where there's just like so many people to take into consideration. And there's like so many like so much like intermingling within relationships that it's kind of just like a pain to put together. But do ranking of penultimate boots before the merge? Potentially. I won't do it soon, but eventually. Again, right now the next planned ranking is the penultimate juror ranking. And then I'll probably do second boots. Actually, no, maybe I'll do... I don't know. Penultimate juror ranking is definitely next. And I think after that, it's debate between second boots or, penultimate merge boot, or whatever you call that. What do you even call that? I don't even know what you call that, but whatever. Like that video. Do I like Tori Deal? I do not. I do not like Tori Deal. So much so that she did not make my cast. Even when it was originally supposed to be a Challenge 40 cast, I was like, fuck it, I'm not putting Tori Deal on this. Same thing with Casey. I was like, I'm not putting Casey on this cast. Same thing with Anissa. Same thing with Nani, though there's not as much animosity with Nani, but I'm like, I don't need to see Nani again, though. Chance of Zach staying tomorrow is 1%. Very low. It's not happening, but like I'm assuming that whatever they do is going to backfire on them. Whatever they're doing with Hope tomorrow in the episode, I'm assuming it's all going to blow back on them. And also, yeah, so if Arissa is hyping it up, then I assume it's not an ejection, right? He's like, I feel like if it's an ejection, she would be upset about it, right? You would think. To where, like, I assume, like, obviously, like, it must have, like, big game ramifications. But no one probably got ejected. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot. Did I never, thank you for 3-month resub to was it Akio Mendoza? That was from 25 minutes ago. I apologize for that. I've been just like completely caught up with talking about all this shit. Oh, and thank you for Zamo for 100 bits. But yeah, I've just been so like hung up on talking about all this random shit. I haven't been looking at the activity feed. Oh, cool. Again, that's what I get for not looking at screen too. Yeah, we talked about the shit show that's BB Can 11. That was the first thing. It's funny like how much of a train wreck this is. And again, like I think it would have been a train wreck if we had dailies or not. But like because like no matter what they would have cut the feeds anyway. But it is like getting to BB Can 8 levels of train wreck. Odds of ejection. I think the fact that Orisa is seemingly hyping it up, then I think it's probably not, right? Why am I just running? Because I'm not paying attention. That's why I'm just running. Cool. I'm not gonna skip checkpoint, right? I skipped checkpoint at one point last stream, right? But I think that was because like something dumb just kept on happening. But this time it's literally just I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I think that's 100% the case at this point. I think I'm 100% on board with that. Yeah, they're cutting the feeds because they think the fan base is too toxic. Which initially I was thinking like, okay, and too far. I think it's also financial in the sense that it saves money to where like that's also a factor. But I think it mainly is, yeah, it's the fan base. And like I think the main proof to that is JM. The fact that JM like on his like stream immediately after he gets out of the house. Like the first thing he says about it is that don't bite the hand that feeds you and everything, and that like that's because of like the toxicity from a fan base. I think that's 100% a story that he was told by production. Okay, so yeah, I think that's 100% the case at this point. Do I think BB Can's trying to cancel themselves with sabotaging the show? No, I don't. Because again, like at the end of the day, it's like most people don't care about these things. Like I've talked about this in previous streams, but like as much as like we're gonna complain about it, obviously, and it's like upsetting for like the big fans that want to know everything, follow the strategy and everything. Like at the end of the day, it's like the majority of the people that watch the show don't even know any of this is going on. I think the majority of them don't even know the feeds are gone. Or even that there were feeds to begin with. Like I think like the majority of people that watch the show don't even know. To where it doesn't really affect most people that watch the show and the people that they actually care about, the more general audience. But it is really dumb for them to like just continue to piss off the more loyal fan base. Where the reality is for like a lot of these shows is that it is like the not hardcore fan base that keeps the show on. But it feels like we're at the point now where like BB Can where like they just like are openly doing so, like they just like openly don't care about the fans, and more so just care more so about the casual audience. Tara's getting 6K on daily recaps. Thoughts on Liz as a winner? I talked 6 minutes on the player ranking, but I think she's middle tier. Yeah, I think she had a very good first half. Seemed to have a lot of agency throughout the first half. I think her and Shawnee were like in the middle of the original Villains tribe alongside Jordy. Like that's really good. After swap, she swapped into a bad position, but still like is able to get part of that Haley blind side. She's able to get George to take out Stevie instead of Flick. Mind you, that's a bad move, but she still showed like agency in getting something done, even though I wouldn't really give her that much credit for doing that. Yeah, I think post-merge, it's like that's kind of where it starts to crumble. By the way, was also really annoyed at her final trial performance. Because like again, like it's simply one that just doesn't work on me. And like I talk about it in the video, in the review, but it's like her final trial performance, again, it's one that like people are talking about how great it is. And it is great in terms of it plays into what the jury wants. However, it annoys me personally because it just simply would not work on me. Like I just like it's similar to like the Christie final tribal performance. It's similar to the Adam final tribal performance. It's all bullshit. Like her entire speech is all bullshit, and it's like people believe it, which good on her that she's getting people to believe it. But it is all bullshit. Like it is not like almost none of this is true. Like based on like the confessionals, and by the way, also her exit interviews also do not believe a lot of what she's saying there. So yeah, it's like that kind of bothers me. But it's like at the end of the day, it's like from a pure game perspective, it's like she's able to convince the jury. That's all that really matters. And what was it? So like she did have to win out at the end. That's kind of bad. I mean, did she have to? I think is the question. Like obviously, if it was a final 2, she would have had to. And I think that is like a minor knock to kind of have. It's like, well, what if it was a final 2? Then she's fucked. But the thing is, like, to me, it's like it never was going to be a final 2. So it's like I don't know how much to really knock it when I never truly believe it was going to be a final 2. Okay, so I actually have to cross this. We'll just swim, I guess. Because like as it being a final 3, she didn't have to win out. Because like I think no matter what, Matt would have sided with her. To where I guess Jerry could have forced Liz and George to go to fire, but I don't think Matt was ever taking him to taking George to the final 3. So, yeah, it's like I don't know how much to knock her for that. What else is there? Well, obviously, like the fact that she was out in the Shawnee vote, but again, the fact that she's able to recover from that super quickly is pretty good. Again, I think the fact that she seems to be on board with taking George to the end is an issue. Where she says in Final Tribal that she was always going to cut George after the Shawnee vote, and then she says in her exit interview that she was always going to vote out George at her final at the Shawnee boot. But then in her confessional in the show, at the time the Nina boot, she openly says that I'm upset that I can't take George to the final 2 now, because George betrayed her at the Nina vote. So it's like, which is true. Like I'm kind of inclined to believe that one, considering like that's on the show, like that's on like in confessional while the events were happening. Which if that's true, then that's bad. That she like not only just like she was able to get back with George, but she did so genuinely, where she actually like fully believed that she was going to be working with George to the very end.
Uniforms everywhere. You see Sean?
So yeah, that's bad. And then there was another thing that was sticking out. And obviously all the bad reads at the merge. But yeah, I mean, like again, it's like there are like definitely issues here and there. I still think though, in terms of Australian Survivor, like she's probably still like 3rd. Like I think she's probably still better than, or I think the only people she's worse than are Mark and David. Like I think her and Pia are like kind of similar. I would lean towards her over Pia. Go to Aberdeen Pig Farm. Where's the pig farm? Because I was going to do it last stream, but I realized I hadn't been to that area yet. I was going to just wait until we had like naturally been there. Like where is... Okay, it's Lemoyne. So it's like somewhere in here, right? Oh, you put it... Okay. Is that that's a picture to where it is? Let's see, where's that? Oh, it's like way out. Wait, so it is... Yeah, it's like way over here. Actually, no, it's like around here. I don't know, I think we'll wait a bit. I think we'll wait a bit in the story until we get like around there, just naturally in the story. And then we'll go ahead and do it. I think better than Jericho. My opinion on Jericho's gone down over time. But yeah, I think better than Jericho as well. By the way, it is super funny that Jericho was number 2 on my top players of all time video that I did last time for AU, he's not even in the top 10 anymore. Which I do find humorous. But yeah, that was a train wreck of a list to put together, by the way. I did not realize how hard that list would be to put together, the new AU top 10. Because I feel like there's so many people, like essentially like the last like 4 spots on the list, like 7 through 10, and then like the honorable mentions are all like very close. Like I do feel like it's like very tough to like distinguish like who should actually be on the list.
And that's where it's gonna remain for now.
Why haven't they hanged Sean, I wonder?
Think he's bait.
It's a little bit further than the horseshoe, right?
Gentlemen, Sean is being moved.
Pig farming is even the best side quest in the game. I barely remember like
to a federal prison out west.
the actual side quests. Like I know I've done them once, like a lot of them.
Prison. We either
And I do remember that one, but like I don't
cut him loose.
like remember a lot of other ones though.
Anyone loose?
Of course not. Ike's
Did this season change anyone's placement?
camp nearby before handing him over to
Like anyone that was on the season, like since the last time I did the video,
We need to stop them before they get
kind of. But like in terms of like just in general, yes.
on the north side.
But like since the last time I did the video, like
On the other side of the valley and
kind of. But like
have them either direction.
some of it, like there's also like other placement changes that were done like not because of the season.
You know,
Is Simon low on AE player ranking? I'm define low.
whom the government like.
Lower than his placement,
Sure.
but
Well,
not
we'll
low
rescue
low.
Sean and then we'll get ourselves lost, good and proper. It's a big country. I hope so.
Pre-merge of AU is definitely a lot better than 44. Yeah, this is weird. This is the end of the pre-merge just in general, isn't it? Like, what a weird pre-merge. Like, we got a, like, solid-ish premiere. I kind of episodes 2 and 3. Episode 4 was good.
Track down.
And now episode 5 is just kind of again, so. Not the greatest pre-merge in the world. I think probably better than 43. I would say 42 is probably better. And then, is it better than 41? I think that's also, like, a bit up in the air. But at least it's better than last season, so. Where am I going? Here? Am I just following them? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Keep your guns away until we know it's Sean, okay?
Oh, it's this mission. Okay, yeah, I do remember
Think
this.
they can see us?
If they can, we're just
What's Zach's plan saying? We don't know. We haven't had digital, like, we know nothing. Like, we never even got to the point where Zach got on the block. We didn't even know Zach was on the block until today. We just knew that she was planning on putting him on the block. But we thought that there was still, like, a chance that Ty was going to blow up his own game. Oh, by the way, thank you for resub. It's American Elephant. I ignored that, too.
Especially with you.
Nice to know I'm missed, though. Have you run out of people?
I think Here's Surveillance as good as people say. I think it's very good. I think it's the best AU season.
But without me, you'll not find the caliber of victory.
I think there's an argument with 2017. I think 2017 is overall, like, a more balanced season.
Keep them in sight.
But I feel like overall, like, the story of the season is not as interesting for me for 2017. Like, it's still a good season for sure. But, like, I think I'm personally, like, I think the story of this season is more interesting. And then also, I think it probably has, like, bigger gameplay moments. As like, I think, like, the Geordie and the Fraser boots are probably bigger than any boot in 2017. I mean, you do have the 3-2 to 2-2 vote. Is that all the twos? But still, I feel like those 2 boots are still better than that. How's the podcast? The Jeff Probst podcast? I was really annoyed throughout a lot of it, if I'm being honest. I did not love it. Because, like, I feel like Jeff, like, it just felt like all bullshit from Jeff. Like, he talks about the entire fucking thing. It's like they're talking about season 1. That's the, like, premise of the podcast. But, like, he's talking about how, like, we know what we're doing on this show because we trust the format. It's like, do you? Since when? Like, you literally made it Final 3. You added forced fire making. Like, since when have you trusted the format? It's like it makes no sense. Like his entire talk about like how we know we're still making a great show because we're trusting the format.
Binoculars, gentlemen.
Again, that was stupid, but whatever, I guess. There was another thing that was stupid through it too. There were some fun stories though. Mind you, he did like spend a lot of time talking about the Tribe of Spoken story again, which is like you talk about this all the fucking time. It's like I did not need to hear it for the like 10th time. You tell the exact same story about how like Mark Burnett came up with the term the Tribe of Spoken. But yeah, I did find it. I was actually fully expecting Jeff to come on and do the Bruce of saying to Matthew that like you're getting another chance or whatever, but that didn't happen. I was kind of surprised by that. I'm kind of hoping like so now with Matthew Medevac, it's like again Matthew, Bruce, like I feel like both of them would be good returnees if we do one for next season or this following season. By the way, I believe 45 is filming soon, right? I believe that's a thing. So we'll see if the rumors of Bruce being gone start happening.
Well, you can only imagine.
Where's Haley on the player ranking? Exactly her placement.
They're taking him up the canyon.
Do us trusting the format. We use the exact same. yeah. They stuck to the format of using the same challenges every time. So at least there's that.
I've got an idea. Follow me.
It's also weird too because like it's like you shouldn't be trusting the format in my mind. It's like you should be trusting the cast. And I feel like all the changes that they've done to the game are them simply not trusting the cast, right? It's like it feels like we're in a position where like Jeff is so worried that things are going to get boring, that he needs like things to be constantly happening within the game because he's worried that like there'll be the status quo and the show will be boring. When it's like that's the case because again like he doesn't trust the cast to make good TV, which is the entire point of getting a good cast, which they have a good cast. They just don't let them actually play. But also, it's like I feel like the things that he's been doing to try to make good TV have been making bad TV. It's like again, the small tribes are just not good TV. It's like the small tribes are a way to make good TV for down the road. Where I think the benefit of having 3 tribes has always been that okay, by the time we merge, then the dynamics are going to be inherently like more fluid, because there's going to be a lot more like intermingling between. Or like there will be like less people it'll force intermingling between people because you can't have an outright majority. But yeah, it just feels like they're actually actually using this as the actual game format, not for like a long-term effect at this point. Which kind of shows like how poorly they're like I don't know, looking at the format of the show, I guess. Yeah, I'm hoping 45 and 46 they shake things up. I don't know though. Again, last time we heard Jeff talk about like future seasons, he seems still very high on the new era. Mind you, I think he always would be because it's essentially like his baby, right? So it's like, is he really gonna bash on like these format changes that he thought were good? But I'm hoping that he like listens. Like he listens at points. Like there's points that he recognizes that okay, this didn't work out as well as like for everyone else as it worked out for me. And like there are points where that happens. Like again, like Edge of Extinction is clearly a case of that. Redemption Island, that happened. Like there are points where like he like recognizes that he's like wrong. But I just don't get the sense that this is one of those situations. Like the combat in this game, I'm like, I don't know, kind of mixed on it. I do like the aiming and everything. Oh, by the way, Last of Us remake came out on PC and it's a fucking disaster, so that's funny. It doesn't come until after a lot of pushback. We've gotten a lot of pushback, though. It feels like all like the talk online about the modern seasons are about how much people don't like the format. And also Hourglass Twist also. Like he got rid of Hourglass Twist because he realized people hated it. He got rid of Do or Die because he realized people hated it. Like there are times that he like recognizes he's wrong, So again, I'm hoping that like that they do change things here, but again, I wouldn't bank on it though. Bryce said this in Discord. What is this? Sure. Yeah. So was he rogue now? Yeah, it's like every RHP podcast you go to is them complaining about the new era. Like I don't feel like. Okay. By the way, I wasn't pushing anything. What was that? I have watched Rise and Fall. I did not start Bad Girls Club. I actually like. I'm still like doing my fucking Mighty Morphin Power Ranger rewatch that like is never fucking ending. I just got to the halfway point. It's like this show's never ending. And it's what's even shittier is I'm about to get to like the really shit part of the season too. Where, like the last 20 episodes are all filler. Like they were all like episodes they decided to make at the last second after they realized how popular the show was. And they like ended up buying more Sentai footage for some reason. What is going on? Okay, there we go. Worst Blood vs. Water, Australian Outback? I would rather rewatch Australian Outback. I think Blood vs. Water is probably actually better, but I would definitely rather rewatch Australian Outback. Mainly because of length. That's the main thing. Wait. Okay, this is bad. Are you doing a stock watch? Yeah, I went all in on Claudia this week. I think that is the move. Especially now that we know, like, more about Kuzi's decision to take out Zack. I feel like I think it definitely is a move to go all in on Claudia. Because I think there could have been a debate for going all in on Kuzi again. But yeah, I think at this point, I think it's Claudia, and then, like, if you want to be super risky, I would say Renee. But I would say Claudia is definitely the safer buy. Because, like, Renee, if she goes up 2, she's the best buy. But is she actually going to go up 2? I don't know. But I think she probably will be going up. But also, there's more of a chance of Renee, like, potentially going home if the other side wins power. So I do feel like it's not good enough to actually do it. Like, I'm putting, like, the rest of my money on Renee. But, yeah, it's definitely not the actual best buy.
You're a lot less ugly from that other angle, Arthur.
Come on.
Yeah, Renee is the most expendable from Girly Pop.
Get a hug, Arthur. A warm embrace for a lost brother now found.
But she's still into Girly Pops, though, which is the reason why I think she'll go up. Because what, she's like a 3 right now, right? Or is she a 4?
Real thing to me.
Kill for it, I would happily die for it.
By the way, she's like still very low.
I would have easily left you here
To where, like, I feel like now that we know, or maybe she's a 5. Okay, yeah, actually now I think about it, yeah, she's definitely not going up to a 7. So, because I think she can go up to a 6. I don't think she's going to go up to a 7, though. So I think probably, yeah, the move is... So let's see, yeah. So Claudia is more than likely going up, unless status quo changes again, but she's more than likely going up. That's 29%. Even if she stays the same, that's 13%, so it's still decent, in case things go wrong. Anika is a pretty good pick, too. I think the problem with Anika... Well, that's not the problem, but I think there's, like, less of a chance that Anika goes up. However, I feel like there's almost no chance Anika goes down. Unless she's on the block. So, like, I think there's more gain to be made from going with Claudia. But Anika is, like, could debatably be the best buy. I don't know. Or at least the safest buy. Dan's not worth going in. Daniel, probably not worth going in. Like, I could see him going up to a 6, but really it's like Claudia and Anika are definitely safer. Hope's not worth buying. Jonathan's not worth buying at a 5, particularly. Kuzi, like, again, I think there's a chance Kuzi ends up staying at a 7, but I wouldn't bank on it. Why did crime get reported? Again, I think Renee could go up to a 6, but probably not the best buy there in the grand scheme of things. But again, she's so cheap, though, that I think, like, putting the rest of your money on her is not bad. Maybe I'll go in on Anika, though. For the rest of my money, actually. I'm trying to remember how much money I have. So I have 43 shares of Claudia. So if I sell the Renee... So I only have 52 cents left after buying the Renee stocks. I have 9... Can I buy 2? I can buy 2 Anika. Alright, I think I'll go Anika instead of Renee. I think that's definitely a safer buy there. Thoughts on Zach throwing HOH in veto? It's bad. Especially because, like, I don't even get why they... So he throws HOH in, like, a position where, like, half the house was, like, kind of targeting him. So that was really stupid. It seemed to be, like, a reaction to the fact that he won the veto, obviously. But it's like, why'd you win this veto that you didn't need to win, but then you lose the, or you throw the HOH that you did need to win? Oh, fuck. Okay, did not look at the screen. What? Oh, that's great. Better US All-Stars or AU All-Stars? AU All-Stars. And yeah, I think original Heroes of Villains is still better than AU Heroes of Villains. By a decent chunk. Is Ty now fully loyal to Claudia? No. But also, we don't fully know. But I assume no. But also, he doesn't have that many options at this point when after Zach... Again, like, we don't know what's going on right now. Like, we have no dailies. So we literally have no clue what's going on. We might as well do a Stranger mission. Like, the last we saw was when Kuzi told Ty that she's putting Zach on the block. Like, that's literally the last time that we saw what was going on. So, like, what, again, like, the episode is now beyond where we last saw the dailies. Like, the scene where we saw Ty tell Zach that he's in danger, like, that was the last scene, I believe, in the daily. Because, like, we didn't even get the Hope thing immediately afterwards. Arcadia for amateurs, I don't remember this mission. Yeah, we lost Mommy. Mommy's not there anymore. It's a shame. She's still always Mommy to me, though. But yeah, why'd she quit? I believe she, like, I believe on Twitter they've said that she had, like, some sort of medical thing go on that caused her to have to leave. So, don't really know. We'll probably never really know, but
Albert Mason.
That's kind of the story right now.
Pleasure. I'm trying to find and capture images.
Do I feel Kuzi targeted Zach was a personal move? Kind of. Like, 100%, Kuzi should not be going for Zach. Like, she was making the correct move initially. Her target should be Santina or Dan. But yeah, at this point, I mean, at the point that she tells Ty, though, that she's going for Zach, obviously at that point, go for Zach. But, like, initially the plan should be Santina or Dan. You let the girly pops go after Zach. But now that she's getting Zach out, the girly pops obviously don't have Zach to rally against. And also, Claudia has the connection with Ty to where, like, what if she decides to work with Ty again? And 100% also, Kuzi should probably be targeting Ty over Zach. Now, I think the thing is, like, it matters how much her putting up Zach ruins her relationship with Ty. What is this mission? I've not been thinking that. What's the actual mission right now? But anyway, like, yeah, like, the actual her actual relationship with Ty, like if it's fractured after this week, then she should have just gone for Ty anyway. Because it's like Ty is definitely the bigger threat in the grand scheme of things, and is also less of a shield for her than Zack is. So really, all she's doing is leaving a like powerful player in the game that could potentially get the numbers to take her out next, and could also win comps too to potentially take her next. Yeah, Nika's doing pretty well right now, which good on her. I think she's probably playing the best out of her Kuzi and Daniel right now, which is surprising. I personally dislike... Actually, I don't know. I dislike both. I think the thing is, like, I feel like so many people are talking about Zack that it makes me dislike Ty more, because I feel like not as many people are talking about how much Ty sucks also. But really, I think they're both, like, really bad. I think if I was in the house, I would probably be more annoyed with Ty. Because I think for me, Zack is, like, kind of, like, laughably bad. To where, like, I think I would just find Zack, like, really humorous in that, like, oh, he's just really a bumbling idiot. And he's like a con artist that actually thinks that it's working on me when it's not. While with Ty, it's like, oh, you're just a fucking asshole. Like, but they're both bad though. Not enjoying World Championship? I don't know. I enjoyed this last episode. Like, I've seen that online about a lot of people not liking it. Like, I thought this last episode was pretty strong. I don't necessarily think the results of the season are going to be particularly interesting. Because again, I think the format sucks, and it doesn't allow these new players to play the game. But the fact that they're at least fighting against their partners is pretty funny.
Thank you enough. Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
But again, I don't like the pacing of the season. I really hate that we didn't get to the actual elimination this episode.
Forgive me. And thank you.
Dan Bryce for plagiarism. I haven't been paying attention to what he plagiarized, nor do I really care. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm like, yeah, the Danny Brandon stuff, like, I don't get what they were doing. Like, is this really a situation where they really thought Carolyn was so dead in the water that they were like, it doesn't matter for us to, like, just openly talk strategy in front of her? What did I make the thumbnail for this, for the VOD? Because I should probably do that mission at some point. I don't even know what I made the thumbnail of, though. Whatever. I know where it is, right? Like, it's... Oh, fuck. God damn, I really hate that it keeps on... There. Yeah, so this, right? And then it's like, it's around here, right? But I still want to go into this, like, foggy area until, like, the game makes me go into the foggy area. So I feel like, again, I just want to wait until that point. Which I think that's Chapter 3, right? Because Chapter 3 is when you do that stuff with the two families and all that stuff, right? And that's like in that area. So whenever we get to that point in the story, we'll do the pig farm. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, like Zack telling Renee that is bad. The problem is that we don't have full proof that he said that, because like we've only heard people say that he said that. But I would not be surprised if Zack said that. But yeah, again, like I think like Ty and Zack are both like really bad. It's just that I can't take Zack seriously, where I feel like Ty is taken more seriously. Even if they thought she was down in the water, still insane when you... Yeah, that is also a thing, too, yeah. Is that like, yeah, what if she had, like, advantages? You never know about that. It's like, did they really think that, like, Josh wasn't in danger? That's also a thing, too, right? Because, like, she told them that Josh had an idol and played it on himself, right? And saved them. So it's like, wouldn't that just mean that Josh would go home again? So yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Zach actually flirting with Daniel, and he felt. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed with Daniel in this episode. The fact that it does seem like Daniel is looking at their relationship as like a genuine relationship, not one where like he's like playing Zach and like using Zach. I was kind of disappointed by that. Because it kind of plays into like what Kuzi was talking about him. What's going on? Oh, cool. Oh, I actually died from that. Cool. Oh, by the way, someone clipped that on the last stream that I found super funny. The clip of me like talking bad about Kyle's game from Kyle from BB24, and all of a sudden a fucking moose hits me in the middle of nowhere. That was pretty funny. And Velma was a while ago, right? But yeah, I've heard it's really bad. Don't have any intention of ever watching it. I didn't really have any intention, like, even before hearing it was bad, but now that's bad, I also won't watch it. You got the suitor in Ragnarok. You're at the very, very end, then. Where the start of that mission is where I started the final stream, I believe, for Ragnarok. Where's it? It's on. I mean, it's go to the channel. It's on the clips thing. It's called like Kyle. I forgot what the actual name is, but something like Kyle comes out as a moose, and I don't know what the fuck it's called. Let's see. If I can find it myself. By the way, I'm happy that there's more clips nowadays. That's fun. Oh, yeah, the TMR is fucked by a queen. That's a great clip. Yeah, Kyle becomes a moose and gets pissed. That clip from 3 days ago. Yeah. Wait, let's.
Right? Like he wasted. I think that's the thing about a lot of like his formation of leftovers and everything. The fact that he didn't bring in Alyssa to begin with is all. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a funny clip. I just love it, like it literally comes out of nowhere. Like it just like literally like hits me from behind. Oh yeah, I guess I should have put the link. I didn't even think. I'm a fucking idiot. I'll put it in a second. If only my tab would close, which it froze. There we go. There we go. That's the clip. I was actually going to try to shoot it immediately afterwards, but I didn't have any weapons on me. I think Matt did quit. Like, we know Matt quit. It's just that he quit because of medical reasons, but he did quit. By the way, Jeff did also say in his podcast that, making this clear, Matt did not quit, but he did quit. It's like, so, okay, yeah, it's a quit. Which again, like, it's justified. Like, not, like, just because you quit doesn't mean your quit isn't justified. But, like, it feels really stupid whenever people try to, like, play this, like, semantics on, like, whether or not someone quit. It's like, you quit. Like, the choice was to stay in the game or not. You quit. But it's not saying that your quit is, like, bad. But, like, I think that's because, like, again, like, obviously, like, there's the notion of, like, okay, quitting is bad or whatever. And because that, like, people like to say that, oh, like, this isn't quit. But it's like, it is a quit. Well, Terry was not a quit because, like, he was forced out of the game. Like, even if Terry said no, they were going to take him out of the game. Matt was in a situation where they were not going to take him out of the game. The doctor gave him the choice, and he said, yeah, I'm gonna leave. But again, like, it's like, it makes full sense. He's in, like, a whole bunch of pain. Obviously, he doesn't want to leave. Like, I mean, he's been wanting to go on Survivor for years. It's like, obviously, it's not a decision you wanted to make, but, like, it's still a quit. Yeah, Dana was a quit, also. Similar thing. Gary was a quit. Papa Smurf. Similar thing. Who do I want to see going next week? I would be, like... I'd be okay with, like, a Danny boot. I feel like that'd be a good way to start, like, the merge phase. Like, a big player like that. Danny, Brandon, Josh. It'll probably be one of those three. I'm more like, I think it'll be Brandon or Josh. I think it seems the more likely to me. But I think if it's Danny, at least that'll catch me a bit off guard. Mind you, I don't think Danny's long for this game. Like, I think he's probably, like, I don't know, like, how many people do we have left? We're at 12, right? I think Danny's probably, like, final 9 boot or so, if I were to guess. Like, I don't think he's the merge boot, but, like, a few rounds later, I think is probably where I see Danny going. This is the mission, right? Is it the other building? Yeah, this is it? Okay. So here we go. Oh, there he is.
Whatever do you want?
You actually failed the mission? Alright, well, I guess that's not what you're supposed to do. Oh, it actually put me on horseback. That's funny. Was Matt going home if Green lost? I don't know. I don't think we'll properly know until extra interviews and stuff. But so like Jamie has an idol, right? Probably. I think now that I think about it, yeah, it probably would have been. It depends on like how. So like Jamie wanted to work with Franny, it seemed like, but Jamie seemed to be anti-Matt. To where, like, she probably goes for Matt. So at that point, it's more so a situation, does everyone else pile their votes? Or does everyone else vote for Jamie? Jamie is able to idle out Matt. Or do Heidi and other person, Danny, like, split their vote, knowing the potential of an idol, which in that case, they probably split on Matt anyway, and then Matt will probably go home. Or, like, do Matt and Franny split their vote? Which, in that case, like, who knows where it really goes. But, yeah, Matt does seem like a very likely boot there.
If you're running out on debts,
I'm not running.
Hello, he came in at the right time okay, well, that looks stupid, but, yeah, moments that precede disaster. Yeah, I knew that this is the guy.
you're a slippery little bastard. But I got you now.
Is Zach part of the top 10 worst players of all time? I don't think so, but like he is very bad.
Please, no.
Again, the fact that he actually like controlled the first 2 weeks
You borrowed money
is enough to not have him at the top 10, or yeah, top 10 worst. But he's still pretty bad. Like I think of all the players that actually had like, oh, there we go.
I don't have it.
Yeah, I think of the players that actually had like agency in the game and like got things done, he's probably one of the worst.
Then sell your wife.
Yeah, like, I think Kyle Moore is better than Zach.
We ain't your idea of charity. Is that clear?
Thomas!
What are you looking
Where even though like Kyle Moore, at least like all that was on a game level.
Husband isn't well.
Where like they were all frustrated by like game moves he was doing. With Zach, it's just like, oh, Zach's just an asshole, and everyone like wants him out because he's an asshole. Oh, this is just right off there. I thought the sequence was so much longer. Yeah, you can talk AU spoilers at this point. The season's done. Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, as long as the thing has aired, then you can talk about it. Yeah, George. Like, I'm not like surprised by the time it happened. Like, I talked about this in the last stream that I felt like everything was there for George to get cut at the end. And that Liz like would probably pick up the win from that, but. I'm kind of disappointed how it happened though. Like I thought the overall like, the overall presentation of it was weird to me. Like I felt like George's like actual boot just came off very like unceremonious. Where like looking back at like the Luke vote off, like that was this like big grand moment. And to be fair, at the same time, it was this situation where like Luke and everyone was sobbing, where like there really wasn't that with George. But still, it's like it just felt like like kind of just a boring vote off when George got voted out. Like I didn't feel like there was any doubt that George was getting voted out. I mean, there wasn't any doubt. They literally showed the votes. I don't know. I just feel like the overall portrayal of the scene wasn't right. To where I was like kind of underwhelmed by that. Really didn't want that to happen. Yeah, I mean, like obviously, I still think the best outcome for the season would have been a George win, especially because like I don't think they properly like edited the season well enough to where the Liz win is the best outcome. Because like I think there's a way to make the Liz win the best outcome, but I just don't feel like they gave Liz enough. Particularly like because like I think it's the thing is that like when we look at like Natalie Anderson's winning trajectory, it's like we get so much setup to her setting up the pieces to take out John. Where Liz here, we don't really have that with George. Like she like mentions it one time immediately after the Shawnee boot, mentions it again after the Nina boot. And like to be fair, it's like they can't make it all up, right? Like I mean, like I assume it's simply because like it wasn't there. Like if they don't have the content, they can't really put together. Like even with Frankenbiting and everything, like you still have to have a basis for all that. But I just feel like the overall Liz like story was portrayed strangely to me. Do I think George could have convinced Jerry to quit? Like properly quit? No. George and Jerry's the type of person I don't think ever quits anything. As in like actually quit without getting voted out. I do think Jerry would have been I do find that weird too. Like why even bother? I guess it was like for the red herring, right? Of like Jerry saying that, oh, I'm gonna like let you guys vote me out or whatever. Only for then like after the vote off, like we get this big segment about how much he needs the money, which is like okay. I mean that's kind of like contradictory, isn't it? Well, Bryce is threatening to dox you again. I feel like that's like a common occurrence. Liz had less confessionals the entire season than George had in 9 episodes. That wouldn't be that shocking. So I believe Liz ends on, 42? Which I believe is less than any other AU winner by probably half, right? Because who's the next lowest? Is it like Shane Gould? Because like Christy had like 86. Jericho had like around 100, right? Where is my ranking? Or where's my confessional counts? There it is. No, she's not the worst winner from AU. I think she's actually a pretty decent winner, all things considered. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think AU has had that many good winners. I think it's the main thing. When like, looking back at AU, it's like you have Christy, who I think is bad, Jericho, who's kind of Shane, who is bad, Pia, who's also kind of David's good. Haley would have been good had it not been for the fact that she's voted out, but because that she's kind of bad. Mark is good. And Liz is kind of just okay. So, like, I think her end game is pretty rocky. Like, it's definitely not great there. But, yeah, I think the first half of her game is really, really strong. And there's, like, moments mid-game. But still. It's like, I think in comparison to all the other AU winners, again, I think she's probably like number 3. Like, she's around Pia and Jericho. Like, she's around them. What am I even doing here? Do I donate these? I guess why not? Oh, I remember what I did the We Loved Once and True, right? That's the mission I put in the thumbnail. So I guess we should probably do that. No, I have Christy as the worst still. Because, like, Christy, like, even though she didn't properly get voted out, she would have if it had not been for non-LM. And I also debate even Shane. So, like, Shane was in a position where, like, she, one gets saved by the Moana boot, right? But then even if it wasn't for that, she would have needed an idol to survive that round. So I'm like, again, like, when it's that one situation, I think the rest of Haley's game is better than Shane's game. Like, I don't know, I kind of lean towards Shane still. Or towards Haley being higher. But I think once we get to, like, the Jericho, Pia, Liz, I think that's kind of a bit tougher to justify. The game looks almost like Persona 5. Like it's fine because it's a mobile game, right? Like it looks pretty much identical. I'm trying to find combat. Where's combat in this? It's just almost all story. Oh, there we go, I think. I mean, it looks just like Persona 5. That's so weird to see a mobile game. To be fair, Persona 5 is not like the grandest game in the world or anything. Like it runs on Switch, right? But still, to see it run on a phone is kind of funny. I love how Christy's like, I flipped on Phoebe and pulled off her own vote out. Yeah, yeah. It's like she would have been voted out had it not been for a twist of just the previous round. But yeah. So they get counted as saved twice now since the. I mean, like if we're talking about this like season, yeah, the mutiny definitely saved her. That's why like I find so I mean I talk about this in the player ranking in the top 10 player redo. That will eventually come out eventually. But yeah, that's the tough thing about Haley is that she's now like in the comparison between her and George, I think it's like very difficult in the fact that like so Haley obviously beats George on their original season, but the season that like George had outplayed Haley at one point in the season, and like she obviously survives due to an on limb. And then after that, in the second season they play, where like George just blatantly outplays Haley. Even there's a round where she gets saved by an on a limb. So I don't know. I think Haley's just like a very weird player to assess. Where is that mission? I have no clue where that mission is, or if we've even unlocked it already. Oh wait, don't you get it from a letter? Oh, I think this is it then. Yes, there it is. We loved once and true. There we go. Videos are coming next. My mid-season power ranking for 44 is this Saturday. Next Wednesday will be the player ranking for Here's Villains. After that will be the BB Can mid-season power ranking. And then there'll probably be an extra video of the USA 2 cast reaction at some point. Because that cast will probably be out about a week and a half from now. Yeah, what else is there? After that, it's like a bit more, like it's kind of back to normal with like certain other videos, like a Circle season ranking is eventually coming out. The ranking every Big Brother first HOH reign, Road Rule All Star season retrospective. I'll do a review of the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Once and Always special. Game deciding vote for every season of Survivor. Avengers Infinity War retrospective for some reason. Genius Season 1 retrospective. And then top 10 players vote. Top 10 players after Survivor Micronesia. Those are the videos for April as of right now. Which will mostly stick. I think the only video that could change is that top 10 players after Micronesia. But outside of that, everything else is pretty locked in. Mainly because like a lot of these videos are time sensitive. I guess the Big Brother first HOH ranking could like change, but I'll probably just keep it there.
Yours, Mary Linton.
All right, so let's do this mission. God damn it. Like every first season of shows I cover. I've thought about that. Probably, like, I think... Actually, no, I guess we're including... I was thinking, like, I've always thought of it as Borneo would be number one, but now I think about it, I guess we're including, like, BB Can 1. And, like, the more recent shows, then, like, maybe BB Can 1 could be number one. I don't know. I think it would be actually. Yeah, that's actually. When should I do that? I guess that could be like a video I could do at any time, right? Oh, did I ever talk about this? I forgot what I did want to. Wait, okay. I'm gonna jot this video down real quick. I probably won't do that now, but like I think for next batch of videos, that would be something I would do. But I did create a funny video idea, at least funny to me, that I decided I want to do, just simply for the sake of like it'll be a video that like, will come out whenever there's like an empty hole in the schedule. It's not really like a time sensitive video, but I think it is a funny video, and that is recasting Cara Moen, Survivor Cara Moen. What if it was fans versus favorites too? Because as we know, Cara Moen was not fans versus favorites too. So yeah, I think it'll be funny to actually do that video. Essentially what it would be is like I actually just go through the cast of Cara Moen and then like actually put real fans on the fans tribe and then actually put real favorites on the favorites tribe. So again, that'll be for way down the road probably, but I kind of want to make that video. Is Sandra Perlins more impressive than Heroes vs. Villains? I would say so. More impressive is kind of like the term that's like, I don't know, a bit of a question mark, because it's like impressive because like at the end of the day it's like, I mean, Heroes vs. Villains is obviously a game where she was a previous winner and she wins again. So like that's really just up to interpretation obviously. But in terms of like I remember that's everything. But like I think that one's like a lot more like less like fact based. But we're talking about like whichever games like had more like agency to it and everything, then I would definitely say Pearl Islands over Heroes vs. Villains. Flappy Bird game retrospective. I've never played Flappy Bird in my entire life. Thoughts on gamer DMing cast members to target the Vacation Alliance? I have no issue with it. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Genius Season 1. Genius Season 1's like guaranteed #1 then. Yeah, if I'm including the Genius, then like there's no other, like nothing's close to the Genius Season 1. Like that's like far and away the #1 season, I feel like. Wait, where is this? I could have sworn this was in the town. Oh, it's like right outside it? Okay, cool. The captain video, I actually recorded that today. Up until, obviously I can't do 44 yet, but I did record most of it. When's that coming out? As of right now, August, so still a bit out. But, yeah, again, I liked how that video turned out. Again, I also liked how my Edgic Frontrunner video turned out. I thought that was a good video. Australian Survivor casting video, not as happy with, but it's like, I made it, so whatever, we'll still continue with that. Same this, like, with this challenge video I prepped today. Not particularly, like, happy with it, but it's like, again, like, I'm... Like with me, it's like if I prep a video, I'm probably gonna still make it, even if I don't think it's that good. Or like I've never gotten to the point where like I actually start like fully prepping a video and then did not go on to make the video. Now there's points where like I probably regretted making the video, but there's never a point where like I started like actually putting it together and then never made it. Where like the closest I came was the 400 Days video. Where like I wrote like
I'll go see.
Like the first little bit of the script, like up until Vince's story, like the end of Vince's story. Oh no, I actually wrote into Wyatt's story. But anyway, like I wrote like part of the video and then realized like, oh, this is like not good, so I'm not going to do this. But then I end up doing it anyway, but later and not using the script.
I heard you and your friends was around.
Would I even consider, like, would I even include the Genius Netherlands on the list?
Died.
Actually, yeah, that's the thing. Like, what is it a proper ranking or is it just a top 10?
Happened a while ago.
Because when it comes to like shows I cover, technically I didn't cover the Genius Netherlands. I just talked about it like one time in a video. I don't necessarily regret the Brant Steel simulations. More so like that's not really the type of content I want to make.
No,
And I feel like it just feels like radically different content.
Okay.
Then the ones I make now. Where like that's more so like again the thing that I would do like on stream if I were to ever do it again.
My family.
More so
I
than
need your help.
You mean the family
like in
that
video
always looked
form.
down on me? You want me to help?
It's my little brother, Jamie.
UK Panama's TV Gold, obviously. Yeah, UK
I always
Pulau
liked
Tiga
Jamie,
will be on the list. Thank God for
at
that.
least compared to the rest of them.
They were considered
broken
canceling the
daddy's
Hellblade video
heart.
even after it was ready to be published
Daddy has a
now.
heart.
Don't make me beg.
I
you,
want to
Arthur.
take it down now. Like it's genuinely a really bad video. I think it's probably the worst video on the entire channel.
We need your help real bad. Little Jamie's joined.
And like
the
yeah, obviously the only reason I
Chinese.
ever released this is because like,
That
well, I made it,
religious
so I guess we'll release it.
They're
And like I didn't even
going
release it
mad,
until like
Arthur.
3 years or whatever after I made it.
You're the only person he'd listen to.
But yeah, that's a really bad video though.
Your family, but it's okay to ask me to help in saving your family.
I'm sorry. I
Same thing with my
understand
like
if you don't wanna
Gokaiger
help
video.
me,
Like that's a really bad video too. But the
I
funny thing
think
is that one
you're
actually got
awesome.
views.
I'm begging
Which
you,
is
Arthur.
really sad.
See,
And then
let
obviously
Jamie
like
live
a lot of the
Jamie's
earlier
life,
stuff.
not
But
the nightmare that his daddy dreamed up for him.
what makes the
Jamie's
Hellblade
so
video bad?
innocent,
You
Arthur.
can very much tell multiple times throughout the video where like I re-edited things.
Please.
That and also it's like it's a kind of a pointless video. Like there's no point to the video.
Help me.
Because like early on when I started the channel, my initial thing was like I wanted to review every game I played. Like I didn't want it to just be like, okay, now I'm like only doing videos on like games I actually care about. Like at that time, like I wanted to do a video on like every game I played.
Arthur.
And like Hellblade was like during that time obviously. We'll help
Where
Mary.
is he?
Somewhere out.
So like
in the
that was a video that was like
Columbia
kind of made
Dale,
because
I
of
think.
that.
The
Not because I
rancher
actually
there
like
said
cared
he'd seen
about
him around
Hellblade
the
enough to
Cumberland
talk about it.
Forest area. I just want him back.
Yeah, I think you can tell.
If you find him, bring him to me at the station.
I'll see what I can do.
2002 or 2016?
I love
2016. It's not even a question.
You already?
Or are we talking about which one would be on the list? I would include 2016 as that's the first season of what is. Again, like to me, it's like 2002 and the other one, the Celebrity. Like they're not real Australian Survivor seasons. Like they're seasons of international Survivor, but they're not actually Australian Survivor seasons, as in like the brand that we know of today. Like they have no connection to the rest of the series. They're simply just Survivor seasons that just so happen to air in Australia. Like they're not actually like Australian Survivor seasons. SA, I would still consider SA one. I don't know if I would have until recently though. Actually, I don't know. I guess they do always consider, even internally, that okay, this is SA 8, this is SA 9. So I guess maybe I would have still, but I think there would have been more question mark before Return to the Outcast. But I think with Return to the Outcast, like really cementing that okay, like these seasons are still included. Then yeah, I would just include season 1. Yeah, what am I? Okay, fuck off. Why can't I just fucking start on the fucking map? This is the mission. Where's my horse anyway? I do still lie in this game, by the way. Like even when I'm playing this game casually, that I just like run off initially, then realize like, oh wait, I could have fucking rode my horse. Where'd my horse go? Where? Okay, whatever. We'll just run, I guess. I would probably include New Zealand. Blood versus Water, San Juan del Sur. San Juan del Sur. Like San Juan del Sur is like one of my all-time favorite seasons. It made my top 25 season list. While Blood vs. Water didn't. I still like Blood vs. Water, but San Juan del Sur's yeah, just one of my favorite seasons. BB Can's ratings are down 40% from last year. Well, that's interesting. Oh, maybe this will be the last season BB Can. Again, even if it is, though, I still think it has almost nothing to do with the actual stuff online. Let's see. So Canada's Got Talent did better than Big Brother Canada. That's what this article is talking about. Okay, why is my like Chrome has been like so laggy for me recently? I don't know why that is. But anyway, I don't see where it's like down 40%. But still, again, I would not be surprised if ratings are down just because like ratings have been down. Like even season 10, despite how popular the season was, it also was still like not the greatest like rated season.
Yep.
It just says down 30%. Well, then again, like we're talking about viewership. Viewership doesn't matter as much, right? It's more so about like how it does in comparison to its competition. We're like, so is this saying that's fifth? Well, then again, like how many networks? So if this is like every, so again, like it's fifth of the night, right? This is what this is saying. But like, I don't know how the like because like at the end of the day, it's like the actual like numbers of like how many people are watching doesn't matter as much, especially nowadays where like less people are watching TV like all the time. It's more so about like the like percentage of market share that it has. But yeah, I don't know how much. Like, if this was like a U.S. thing, I would be able to assess it a lot better because I know how like U.S. TV works a lot more than Canadian TV. But like, I don't know like how many networks are there in Canada and like how many, whatever. Like, I mean, like I feel like if I see Survivor U.S. rankings, I'm able to assess that a lot better because I know how like U.S. TV, like primetime TV works. But again, I don't know if I don't know how Canada works to where. To where like the like it being fifth for the night, is that good or bad? Like doesn't sound that bad for BB Can, especially when like. But then I don't know, is there only three main networks in in Canada? Because if there is, then that is kind of bad, because that's because it's essentially. I mean, but then that means global as a whole is just down because like the two global shows are both down. Yeah. I'll probably include. Actually, I don't know. Again, like I don't know what I mean. Like I don't know how I'm even doing the video if I do the video. Like it matters if I do a top 10 or a like I don't know how I'm gonna do a ranking of every. Like I guess it'll like I'll have to sit down and like see how many shows that is. And like if I'm doing like would that be like just every show I've talked about at some point, or would that be like every show that I've done like proper videos on? Because like would I be including something like Claim to Fame when I've only talked about like very briefly? By the way, Claim to Fame season 2 I believe got a premiere date right in June I believe, so that's happening. Way to beat San Juan del Sur being a top 5 season. I have it 6 right now. So no, but very close. Yeah, I have no clue where I'm at. Why the fuck? Every single time I open this, it's like on a different thing. Why is it not on map? Oh, it's just at the top. Wait, why is it locked now? Is it because it's nighttime? That's kind of bullshit. Oh yeah, I know that. I know about the petition. Save BB Can. And it was started by Rob Ciccinino. So there's 4 main networks. So that doesn't sound that bad to me then. If it's 5 of the night, when it's on like the third best network, like that doesn't sound that bad. I don't know. Because again, like the raw numbers don't matter that much in terms of like, because like at the end of the day, it's like they have to have something on. It's more so like, again, how is it doing in comparison to the other shows, more so in comparison to itself. First circle is just the first one. Yeah, I don't know. Again, that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know how I'm going to do the video if I were to do the video. Where it's like, would I do like season 1 of UK, season 1 of US, season like I guess just France and Brazil, or I just do UK. Actually, would Borneo be hired in? I don't know. I think that's a weird list to put together. Now I think about it. Because so again, this is an idea I've thought about in the past, but when I thought about it, I wasn't even thinking like beyond just Survivor, Big Brother, Amazing Race, and like kind of these like long-standing shows. But like, yeah, now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, would I include like The Genius? Would I include The Circle and like some of these other shows? And it's like, yeah, that definitely really changes the list. This shit, Survivor's filming in New York now. What I feel different about Winners at War if Tony lost fire making? Yes. Because I think that radically changes the story of the season. Where Tony loses fire making and then Sarah wins the season, it's not as interesting. Because like the entire what makes Winners at War so great is that it essentially crowns the best player of all time. Is that it's essentially a season that can I go sleep here? No. But anyway, it's essentially a season that like the back half of it is dedicated to like this coronation for Tony. Where if it isn't that, like if it was this coronation of Tony and then like Tony doesn't win and Sarah wins instead, and it's like, well, that's kind of shit. Especially if it happened the way it did. I think that's what would make it even worse. If it happened because of Edge of Extinction, like that'd make it like really, really bad. Because at least like with the George thing, like with George and Heroes of Villains, at least you can say, okay, these are like the things he messed up in his game that caused him to lose. Where it's like with Tony at that point, it's like, well, what are we like? What is the thing we're saying that caused him to lose? It was a twist. I mean, that's just really shit. By the way, also, this is something that came to my mind today when watching World Championship that I never thought. Oh no, it was actually when putting the casting video together that I never thought about. How have 4 of the final 5 of Winners at War been on the challenge at this point? How is that a world that we're in right now? I never actually thought about that until now. That 4 of the final 5 of Winners at War, Survivor Winners at War of all seasons, have been on the challenge. Literally everybody but Tony that's at the that's at the final 5 has been on the challenge at this point. Where Ozzy Natalie's been on Double Agents, Michelle, Spice Lies and Allies, and Ride or Die. And then Sarah and Ben on USA and other one, World Championship. That's like mind blowing to me. Like I never thought about that until today. I was like, wait, how? How is this? This is such a weird stat. What? Why can't I create a? Okay, well that's great. Yeah, it's just like a weird thing that's happened. Where I rank it if Sarah lost to Natalie, I don't even think I would even like. I would genuinely not like the season if that's what happened. If Natalie won, I think it is an all-time. Like it goes from an all-time, not an all-time great season, but like a really good season of Survivor to a really, really bad season of Survivor. Especially considering like we just saw Chris do a better version of this a couple seasons ago, and that we end the Winners at War season with someone coming back from the edge after being the first vote off, and ending up winning the game. It's like, wow, what a shit ending that is. If Sarah won fire making, then won. What I think of her as the best player? No, it's still Tony. Or are we talking about best player as in like? I mean, still no, but like I mean, best player as in top 10 list. I think I might. No, actually, I think I'd still have Tony because like I mean, obviously it would be a situation where like Tony would have won had it not been for Edge of Extinction. So like I think I probably would still have Tony at 1. But I do think it would make it like I think the list would probably just be the same. It would still be Tony, Kim, then Sarah. But I think it would like at least give Sarah more of an argument for being higher. Not what I meant to do. What am I trying to do here? How do you set up camp again? Or can I not? I guess that's a possibility. Oh, there, camp. There we go. I guess that worked that time. Winners of War was a surprise file 2. Natalie won file immunity. Sent out Tony. Natalie won. How would I think of the season? Again, it would still be really terrible. Like, I think anyone but Tony winning already makes the season instantly a lot worse. But, like, Sarah is still, like, a palatable ending if it wasn't from, like that. Like, if it wasn't, like, if it was a situation where, like, okay, Sarah votes out Tony at the end, that's perfectly fine. Like, if Tony made a mistake to cause his game to crumble, then that's perfectly fine that he loses. But in the situation where he didn't, and he's just getting screwed over by Edge of Extinction, then it's like, well, then that's really shit. That this is really how, like, this season played out. What's AU winner ranking? I don't even remember what it was before, but if I were to guess right now, it would probably be David, Matt, Liz, Jericho, or Pia. I think Pia, Jericho, Haley, Shane, Christy. Ranking them as players, though, is obviously different. That would probably be, what, David, Haley, Mark. Is Liz next? Liz, Pia, Jericho, Shane, Christy? Or maybe Christy, Shane? I guess that one's like a bit up in the air. Did I not say Mark? Only reality show on City TV is Canada's Got Talent. Well, supposedly Canada's Got Talent's doing decent. So good on them. They say Matt. Alright, well then I'm at Mark. Again, this is the thing. Like I say, like, and this is something I like notice a lot more because of like editing videos and everything. I say things that like in my head, like I forgot what it's called. It is a thing, right? Where like I think of something, but then I say something else. Like, I notice that happens a lot, which is really annoying when trying to edit a video. Mark is a better player than Shawnee, I would agree. I will say, I was talking about how, during Here's the Villains, I think Shawnee might be top 5. Spoiler alert, she is not top 5. Not even close, by the way, which... it's funny. I will say, like, I think my opinion of Shawnee's game is, like, I think at the time when the show was airing, I think I kind of, like, projected, like, okay, I can see, like, where the game is potentially going for her to where it would boost her up. But then it just doesn't go there. Instead, she just gets sniped out of the game by George. So I'm like, oh, that was really underwhelming. By the way, also George was kind of like bashing on Shawnee in his exit interviews, which was funny. He was talking about Shawnee had a terrible social game or whatever. That he was always closer to Liz than to Shawnee, and that he never felt like Shawnee was ever a good ally for him and everything. Sam Gash top 10. I really wanted to. Because, like, and this is the thing with Sam, is that I think Sam is probably the person on Australian Survivor, or one of the people on Australian Survivor, that I actually agree with her strategic thinking the most. Where I think she's up there with, and too far, actually, she might be number one. Like, even, like, beyond, like, George and Haley. Where, like, I think they're both very, okay, what the fuck? I think they're both very good strategic thinkers. However, I think, like, again, Haley, I think, gets too ahead of herself at points. And makes moves, like, kind of without the recognition of, like, what the ramifications of those moves are. Well, I feel like George also, like, takes, like, a lot of risks that I wouldn't necessarily take, even though they, like, again, like, it ends up being correct risks to make for his game, as we've seen on his 2 seasons. But, like, I feel like I wouldn't necessarily take those risks. Well, I feel like Sam pretty much plays the game in a way that I would want to play the game. Like, I feel like based on, like, what her motivations are, I agree with her strategic thinking. And to be fair, a lot of that comes from the fact that she isn't trying to win the game, which I think makes it a lot easier to agree with her strategic decisions, because a lot of her game is based around trying to give Mark the win. But still, it's like, I feel like when watching Blood vs. Water, like, I never was, like, disagreeing with what Sam was doing at any point. Even more so than Mark, where, again, I do have Mark higher on the player ranking, obviously. And it's like, I think Mark as a whole is probably just a better player. But I do think Sam, like, again, throughout Blood vs. Water, at least, did seem to play pretty optimally for what her actual, like, desired outcome was. Yeah, Liz is higher than Sam. Liz is also higher than a decent amount of people. George is going to be insufferable eventually. Yeah, I mean, like, I do feel like George, again, like, in his exit interview, he's already talking about how he played the greatest Survivor game of all time. So that's something. I know he's doing a deep dive with Shannon, which I'll probably listen to. I don't even think I bothered to listen to his Brains vs. Brawn one. I'll probably listen to this one. I don't think I could stomach a Liz deep dive based on her exit interview. Where I will say, again, like, I was not impressed with Liz's exit interview. To where, like, it just felt so blah. Like, it just felt, like, so, like, generic, to where there was no, like, real, like, strategic insight. In, like, her actual, like, thought process of anything. It just felt like so, I don't know, like, prepared, I guess. Maybe that's not the right term. Like, not like inauthentic, I guess. I don't know, whatever. It just, like, didn't feel like actual, like it didn't really give any true insight into anything. Would Rob Dixon be top 10 if Network 7 was included? Probably. But I do think it's, like, kind of difficult to compare the two. But yeah, probably. Is Netta and Vanessa lower than George strategy-wise? I mean, I think it's radically different shows to compare. I think I probably agree with Vanessa's strategic thinking more than George's. Probably not Netta's. Is Shawnee still in the top 10? That's the question. That is certainly a question. Yeah, the top 10 was, like, very difficult to put together. Like, there's so many people there that are, like, bordering on the list. To where essentially, like, Shawnee, Brooke, Luke, Pia is now in that ballpark. Jericho is now in that ballpark. There was one other player. But either way, it's like there's like this big grouping there that's like on the border of the list. That's like which ones make it, which ones don't. And yeah, it was kind of difficult to pick exactly which ones make it. Benji's not even close to my... Oh, Sam was also in consideration. The reason I didn't put... So Sam's not on, and the reason why I didn't put Sam on is because I just feel like while I do like very much agree for strategic thinking, it's like at the end of the day, it's like she still only got 8th place. When looking at everyone else on the list, everyone else is, I believe, at least gotten 4th place at one point. And for her to be like such a disparity there, and like her having 8th place, well, also it not being a situation where she was like screwed over, like someone like a Mitch was in the BB Can list. Like, I do feel like it's just like kind of a bit like, I don't know, it's kind of tough to rationalize her being top 10. Even Mitch wasn't even top 10, was he? But still.
I don't know about this nonsense. Let me
But yeah, I guess we want to be technical.
Are you always this negative?
Oh yeah, Sharn's kind of in that ballpark too. Yeah, Matt Rogers is not in the top 10 anymore. Matt Rogers and Benji are the two that like weren't even in consideration anymore. That were in my previous top 10. Like both of them were like far and away gone. Like not even close. Where yeah, like Shawnee was still in consideration. Harry was still in consideration, kind of. And there was one other player, but still, it's like, oh, it was Jericho. We're like most like, so essentially like out of my top 10 last time, 5 of those people are still on the list. But then even the placements within those people has changed. And then obviously there's the new people as well. So it's like, it's a very, very different list than what it was last time. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I had Jericho at 2. Now I would probably have him at like 12 or 13.
Jamie knows the truth. But of course, you may speak with him.
What's Netta's worst move in BB Can 2? Being on the outs early on. Being completely blindsided at the Paul vote. Also being blindsided by the Ica backdoor. Not keeping John on her side at the very end. Forcing John to get rid of Adele, which caused John to think of Netta that way. No, I haven't started BBUS player ranking. I'm not going to until after BB25. But again, the plan is for that to come out in February next year. But yeah, thank you for the resub. Hit him up. What's happening this week in BB Can? Who the fuck knows? Cool, that was terrible. But yeah, we literally don't know. Which is why it's such a disaster. Cool. Is Katie winning out the only way for Rob Dixon to lose? Yes. Yeah, that's the thing that was tough about Rob, and like I'm pretty sure I've talked about this in previous videos. That's like Rob essentially had a Kim Spradlin-like position, and he's like probably the only person in Survivor history outside of Kim Spradlin to have this like positioning of you've essentially won the game by the time of the merge, but then like Rob essentially kind of ruins it, where it's like yeah he makes the move at 6, which is like in essence is like kind of what would make me think of him higher as a player, and the fact that he is able to like execute a move that he thinks is in his best interest. He's able to like again like actually play the game like strategically and everything. The problem is that it's not actually like that great of a move for him, and the fact that it burns Sophie and Katie to where they want him out, and then it opens up the only possibility of him not getting to the end. And yeah, if Katie wins out, then he gets voted out of 3, which is the only situation where he can lose the game. Fuck off. Ugh. Really cool. Can we wait for Spoiler to confirm tomorrow that Jason is on BB25? Yeah, I mean, who would have guessed? Like, just everyone's waiting for Justin from BB2 to be on BB Can. Isn't Justin like a lawyer or something random like that now? Like, isn't he like an actual like big profession nowadays? Isn't that a thing? Or maybe it was like a real estate agent. Maybe it wasn't like a lawyer, but it was still like an actual like normal job, which is like, I guess not what you would expect from Jason or Justin. Fuck me, Justin. Yeah, BB Can 11 and Survivor 44 now have a quit and a medevac. Actually, I don't know. I guess like with the Amal and Vanessa, we don't fully know it. I mean, I guess like Vanessa, we know it's a medevac, right? But I guess with Amal, like, is it a quit or is it a medevac? I guess we don't fully know. I guess they didn't say for medical reasons, right? I don't really remember what they said at the Amal, or at the Amal quit, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, like we're still probably never gonna find out what happened there. Especially because like she's like online, like she's on Twitter, talking a lot on Twitter, yet like we still don't know what happened. So I'm just assuming we're probably never going to find out. Yeah, Mommy and the Plant Daddy got medevaced on the same day, at least on the show. So what a travesty. What am I'm just supposed to like track it? Like I can't kill him, right?
What are you talking about? You ain't no killer. You don't know who I am.
Can't I definitely can't kill him, right? Where's Vanessa rank on a BB Can player rank? Oh, we're talking about this Vanessa, aren't we? We're not like we're talking about like whenever I see Vanessa, my instant thought is Vanessa Vanessa Russo. But yeah, I assume she's very low.
I found something. A calling.
Yeah, I think she's the worst player of the season.
Making a big mistake.
I'm not taking advice from you. You're an outlaw.
Like I think she played worse than JM and Rob. Even though she probably had more like long-term prospects. But I just don't like. Again, she was doing things to sabotage her own game. Seemed to have no win equity, no allies. Like she was just like there. And while I guess you can like give her credit for like the start of like the downfall of Zach, it's like again, did it really do anything? Or like in reality, it's like Zach like wait, there we go. But yeah, like Zach caused his own downfall. Like where all Vanessa really did is alert like Rob to the fact that he was going on the block, which is like he was going on the block anyway. It's like it didn't matter, like he was gonna go home anyway. She puts the target on herself through doing that. And then also like she ends up voting for Rob to stay and then lies about it, which ends up putting her in even more trouble. Like I don't know, she plays really bad.
There ain't no shame in looking for a better world.
Zach is someone that has to try to be nice. I mean, yeah, he is.
Are you and Mary?
Yeah, we are getting Aaron to merge next week. At least you would assume. I know we're getting Aaron to merge at some point in this season. It'd be weird if it's not the first round of them living together. But again, so we know they're coming together. And Jeff has confirmed that Aaron to merge is back. So it's like, I assume Aaron to merge is next week. Where are we at again? We're at 12, right? So yeah, that makes sense. To just do it like... Actually, no, last season last season we did it at 13, right? Obviously the Bruce stuff messed things up, right? This time. So yeah, we're at 12. But how's that mess with the schedule? Does it mess with the schedule? I guess it just means we don't have a double boot, right? Do we just not have a split tribal? Oh, see you later, Nigel. Yeah, I assume that just means we don't have a double tribal and then everything's good. Or split tribal. I left on BB Can. I think 12 also, right? Or technically, if we're having an 11-person, or like jury starting at 11, technically jury starts after this round. I'm still not going to do the mid-season power ranking until next week. Just because, like, that's technically the halfway point in the season, is next week. And also, again, I think Survivor takes more priority, and we're at the merge with Survivor, which is when I do that.
Come on, that ain't true. Tell me something you like.
But yeah, like technically we are probably starting jury phase. Unless again, yeah, unless we start at 9 due to the 2 eliminations. Okay, thought I was gonna fall off there.
Carpentry or horses or something. All right, go work in an orchard.
I do a video on the best and worst individual moves by Survivor winners. The reason I haven't done that is because someone else has already done that. Like that's a list of my video ideas that I even ran through when I was like scheduling this last time. The problem is I believe Flynn Masters has already done that. Towards like it kind of like incentivized me to not do that, or at least not right away. To where like I don't know, maybe when I like start to really run out of ideas, but
maybe Mary did make the right choice.
But yeah, it's something that like it was definitely in consideration, but I probably won't do right away. New Told Drama trailer. Yeah, I did see some stuff had come out about it. Was it trailer?
You know Barry Linton's dead? Pneumonia.
Yeah, it looks like total drama. Yeah, I probably won't watch it. Am I starting to run out of ideas? Not really.
She's not.
Not yet, at least.
Just the same.
Where again, like if you look in the VOD thing, like I still have.
Let's just get you back to your sister. She's waiting at the station for us.
940 video ideas written down. Mind you, a lot of those aren't truly usable, and the majority of those are video game or TV show videos, like not reality TV. But even just reality TV, I have 379 video ideas written down. And that's not everything, because like that's not including like the different iterations of certain videos. It's more so just like one specific video idea. But yeah, like even like then I still have like other ideas that I just never bothered to actually write down. Just because like I'm not around my computer when I think of them, to where like I still have them in my head as like, but I just haven't like oh fuck off, haven't actually written them down there either. So it's like I'm definitely not out of ideas right now. I think I'm out of ideas for like certain video types. Or like I shouldn't say out of ideas. I think that's also probably a distinction too. I'm not necessarily out of ideas with certain things. I'm more so out of like interest in doing certain videos, which is more so a factor.
You're nervous about seeing her, aren't you?
Wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? It's here. Would George be #1 international final juror ranking? Again, like him or Josh, right? Oh, is there another one that's higher? But again, that's the type of video that I'm done with. I don't care enough to do international rankings at this point. I think global, I'd still be willing to do global stuff. Just simply international, I don't care anymore. I'm not doing that. I don't think there's really a point.
Jamie.
Like, it's just like way too much time for like so little benefit when I'm also going to eventually do a global version also.
Father's been very sad.
Father wouldn't know sadness if it died in his bed. But I'll come home.
Oh, like including US?
My boy. My
Probably
sweet
not,
boy.
just by precedent of
Come on.
like Sheree and
Oh, Arthur.
other person, Devin.
Thank you. Thank you.
To where like I think at that point it's like guaranteed he's not #1
And you,
or 2,
Arthur.
but
And you.
man, like 3, 4, 5, probably in that ballpark. Haven't I done a top 10 international players? I'm pretty sure I've already done that. Like I remember the thumbnail in my mind where it's like Lisa Stangers on the
You're.
on the
Oh, you'll
on the
never
thumbnail.
change. I know
Because like I have like NZ, AU, SA, and I believe it's David, Rob, Lisa Stanger, I believe, are the 3. Yeah, I did do it. Yeah, 2020. Yeah, I don't care enough to do it again. I'll probably do a global top 10 player at some point, but also it's like the problem with that is that it's not that interesting because like most of it is Survivor US. What did I talk about? I did talk about this. Oh, I talked about it in my AU top 10 player video. But yeah, like that's kind of the issue with doing a global top 10 player video is that like most of the list is US, particularly the top of the list, which I think makes the entire list just kind of like not interesting. So yeah, because it's like at the end, it's like David is my number one AU. I don't even know if David is a top 10 player, like globally. So it's like at that point, it's like okay, like maybe one AU player makes the top 10, if that. When we're looking at SA, I think Rob is the only one that would be in consideration for that. And then like. Who else even is there? So it's like I don't know. I just feel like it's like not really worth it, just because like there's not enough good, like or at least like truly elite players internationally to even make it worth doing the list. This is that oil mission, right? What's it called? Yeah, pouring forth oil. All right, let's do this. Would I do a bottom 10 global? Probably. I think bottom 10 I think is more likely just because I think there's a lot more intermixing there. Because obviously you have Rogue who would be there. I think like Matt Dyson would possibly be top 10. Even Dez would at least be in consideration. I don't know if, like, oh, okay. What the fuck was that? I think he at least is bordering on the list. Because like Dez and like Chicken are kind of similar. I think Chicken's worse just because I think Chicken probably had more potential. D from NZ, would she be bottom 10? Potentially. The problem is that like I just think she got kind of screwed also though. Because like she gets screwed over by like the format of New Zealand where they allowed them to talk in Ponderosa, which was really stupid. And then also she only had one day. On the island to try to save herself. So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like just a wonky format. So like, I don't know if she would actually be on it, but she'll at least be in consideration though. What is this? Matthew's injury wasn't the scariest. Wait, what is that? Wait, I see. I like, so Ty and, that's where Ty and Debbie, had fought before, so that was in Game Changers, right? That's kind of funny.
Yep.
Is Jub Jub low? I don't even know if I would bother even including Jub Jub on that kind of list. Because like I don't know, I always found it weird to include like the quits / like medevacs on like a top 10 worst list. Even though, again, even if they would be in, like, consideration, like, with Big Brother, same thing goes with, like, ejected players, where, like, I didn't include Justin in my top 10 worst Big Brother player list, just because I felt like it was kind of weird, too, when there isn't this, like, finality to their games. So, I don't know. Like, Jub, technically, is he? Probably. But am I actually going to put him on the list? Probably not. Yeah, Rogue is number one. What I think happened this week in Big Buchanan, I don't know. Like, it's like I assume that the letter thing with Hope is probably just that Hope snuck in a letter because, like, I don't know what else it would even be. Because, like, if it's anything else, it's like, how the fuck did production not know? But also, it's like even then, it's like, is it really even a thing that BB Can would even care about? Like production would even care about, to where it's like, so is this really just all of a thing of like Zach and Ty just doing dumb shit to get themselves in trouble? So it's like, is this just like further sinking Zach? Top 10 Survivor injuries. I mean, yeah, Jub Jub's number one, obviously. Why Jub Jub quit? Why indeed? What was the actual line? What did he actually say again? Can you even find? It's probably like tough to find SA season 3, isn't it? At this point.
Even you grumpy old bastard.
Santa Carolina. That's what it's called. Was it episode 2? Right? I was like, I feel like this is like, I feel like the old SA seasons aren't super easy to find anymore. No more live evictions for BB Can? There were never live evictions for BB Can. BB Can's literally never had live evictions. You have no context of what's happening this week? I mean, it's too hard to explain. If you have no context. Like, it'd literally take forever.
Forgive me. Indeed. Ladies, you usually do, my lord.
Not bad.
Oh, are they on Tribe of Spoken?
Sure thing.
Alright, let's see. I haven't logged into this since Return to the Outcast. Am I even logged? I'm not even logged into my fucking Facebook because I fucking never use Facebook. I don't even know if this is even the right. Oh, okay, it's not. Fuck off. I don't even know fucking Facebook account is under. Okay, that's not it. Let's try this one. That's not either. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna bother. But either way, it's a funny scene. Okay, I play poker again. Guess not. Oh wait, we got a Survivor birthday. Yeah, what do we got? Skinny Ryan. Fucking Sarge and Crystal Cox. Yeah, what a trio. But yeah, like Sarge or Crystal, like I don't know. I guess Crystal. Then Sarge, then Skinny Ryan. Wait. Sarge is on Twitter? That's mind blowing to me. Sarge is on Twitter. Wow. Hasn't tweeted in like 6 years, but he has a Twitter account. You have to know the. I mean, like, how far back do you want to go? Well, okay, so Kuzi won HOH. Her initial plan. Well, so yeah, Kuzi wins HOH. Her, Daniel, and Nika are final three. They end up making a deal with the girls, the girly pops, and Renee, Claudia, and Shania to target the Zach Ty contingent. However, Kuzi properly realizes that. I mean, not realizes. I guess that's actually. Again, it's fucking hard to explain. But anyway, so initially she plans on targeting Santina because Santina is someone that she can get rid of without directly going after Ty and Zach, but also benefits her and also keeps Zach in to go after or for the girls to go after later. Which again, I don't even know if that's intentional at this point. I'm inclined to think it's not, considering all the stuff that's happened since then. But yeah, okay, so where am I at now? So Santina is the target initially. Plan was to put up Vanessa. She puts up the plan to put up Vanessa is bad because Ty wanted to flip the vote if Vanessa was on the block to get rid of Vanessa. In a position where Vanessa goes home, that really screws over Kuzi. As in that situation, she has Santina now directly coming for her with almost no benefit to her game. But yeah, she puts Vanessa on the block. We get the daily on Monday where we see that it turns out she put up Hope with no explanation of why she didn't end up putting up Vanessa. And where am I at? Again, there's so much shit that fucking happened. And Hope had won the veto, and the plan then was for Zach to be backdoored for bad reasons from Kuzi's point of view. But yeah, so like we initially saw this daily, and we're thinking like, oh, Vanessa must have won the fan favorite thing that got her safety. But when we get into the episode last night, where we found out that no, Jonathan won fan favorite safety, and Vanessa actually did go on the block, which made us realize that, oh shit, Vanessa quit or left or whatever, and we get that confirmation today that yeah, Vanessa had quit or got whatever you want to fucking call it. And that's what leads to Hope going on the block. Hope wins veto. Kuzi plans on targeting Zach for dumb reasons. She shouldn't target Zach at this point, but she seems to want to like just because she doesn't like him essentially. Then also she seems to think that he's like running Daniel's game and wants to separate Daniel and Zach. But like really, it's like she has no reason to take out Zach. Like this is all bad. Like one, it's making her look like a bigger player for being the one to get Zach out. Two, it's breaking her relation with Ty. In a situation where if she's breaking her relation with Ty, she might as well just go for Ty. Also, it's taking out a target for the girly pops to where next week, yeah, they can go after Ty, yet they're definitely less incentivized to go for Ty than they were for Zach. To where it wouldn't be that surprising to me if Claudia just ends up realigning with Zach and then ends up going after the likes of Kuzi, Daniel and Nika then. Like, to me, it is all bad. And like, again, like I do think it is good that like, okay, Kuzi, at least we did get confirmation that Kuzi did make a final 60 or whatever. Or was it even final 6? I think it was, yeah, either way, like they essentially merged her two groups together where like within that power structure, if it does stay together, she is in a good spot. It's just that at this point, like she's kind of given up her, middle position in all this. To where now the girly pops are in the middle position instead of her. Yeah, the votes, I'm pretty confident Zach will go home. Where if it was Ty on the block, I think there would have been a chance that the vote flipped on Ty, like away from Ty. But with Zach on the block, and like again, based on and that's the other thing. Like that's the other thing. That's the big thing that I haven't talked about is that we also got confirmation. So tonight, and also the digital dailies have been gone, to where we haven't gotten one since the Monday one. To where they said there won't be any for the rest of the week. And again, initially it was because we were thinking that they took him out. Because of Vanessa's, because Vanessa leaving, and they just didn't want to like edit around Vanessa leaving. And like it seemed like that was the case until the end of this episode, where it turns out that Ty and Zach reveal that they have a plan to get Hope disqualified from the game because of some letter that doesn't get explained in this episode. But then they say next time, find out the most scandalous whatever bullshit thing that they're saying. So I guess there's going to be a scandal that gets revealed in the next episode, which again, like they're saying Hope has a letter, which like the assumption for me is that, okay, it's a letter from home that he snuck in preseason, because like if that wasn't the case, then like how else would he get this letter? It doesn't really make sense. So like to them, to Zach and Ty, it seems like they think that they can get him DQ'd because of that, which like I don't think they can. Like I mean, like, and if they can, then it's fucking stupid. Like BB Can's like really dumb if they end up DQing him because he just so happened to fucking bring in a letter from outside the house. Like it doesn't matter. But to be fair, I could definitely see BB Can doing something like that. But I think more than likely what happens is that Zach and Ty try to use this against Hope, and it ends up like blowing up the house, and they become even bigger social pariahs. It's what I would guess, especially by the fact that like Arissa seems to be excited for tomorrow night's episode. Where like I feel like if it was an ejection or something like that, I feel like there's no way like Arissa's saying, "Oh, you better look out for tomorrow night's episode," or whatever. Like I feel like it would be more of a somber thing. So yeah, I just assume it's something that like ends up blowing up Ty and Zach even more. To where already like Zach was pretty dead in the water. I mean, like he's against I'm too far against Santina is actually like the best case scenario for him, where like they don't like Santina either. However, at the point that you make the move against Zach, you kind of have to go through with it, and like the women are already going to vote out Zach anyway. So it's like you already have like Claudia, Renee Shania, super anti-Zach. Daniel's probably not going to vote out Zach. Zabo's probably not going to vote out Zach. Ty is probably not going to vote out Zach. But everyone else should vote Zach. So I think Anika will vote out Zach. There's another obvious person I'm forgetting. Okay, John will vote out Zach, and then there's one other person. But either way, it's like, yeah, I think the votes are there for Zach to go home. It shouldn't be that. Oh, Hope. Because Hope, in this episode, essentially declared that he's kind of done with Zach, which is something we didn't know either. That was something that was a bit new for the show, to where we were under the assumption that like Hope was actually considering not using the veto on himself. That was also, that was another thing I didn't even talk about. What was it? That Hope, we thought at the time of that daily on Monday that Ty was trying to convince Hope to not use the veto on himself, and Hope seemed to consider it. Though again, like they cut it off before the moment on the show that we see that it turns out that like Hope wasn't like that was like very anti this and was actually annoyed that they did this to him. But like we came into this like thinking that Hope might actually not use the veto on himself. Why would John vote Zach? Why not? Like John's very anti-Zach. Like John is one of the biggest anti-Zach people in the house. Like he's upset at Zach for getting rid of Rob.
It's a good one. And it's true. Entirely true.
Like it's like him and Santina are like the two like biggest anti-Zach people. I guess we'll go sleep, I guess. But yeah, it's a train wreck of a week, though. There's so much stuff going on. Again, it is very BB Can 8. It definitely is very BB Can 8. The fact that we got a Maul leaving week 1. Now I have another quit here from Vanessa. Got the digital dailies instead of feeds. We got Ty and Zach supposedly doing something that got the digital daily shut down. Again, it's a lot. Multiverses news? What's the multiverses news? Is it shut down? I saw that it was going to be shut down. But I haven't seen anything like super, super recent. Oh, it's going to relaunch in 2024? Well, good for them, I guess. But yeah, I'm probably just not going to bother playing it. Yeah, what is this? Another birthday? John or Alan Ball? I mean, Alan Ball's always number one, so. Yeah, John Mish can't compete against Alan Ball. Can Daniel put in Anika? Not really. Because I think even Anika recognizes that this is like a personal move for Daniel.
What do you want?
Uncle told me.
And like, I don't think Anika would go through with it unless Kuzi agreed. Essentially, it would have to be Daniel convincing both Kuzi and Anika. And even at that point, like, they still don't have the votes, right? They still need one more.
Need help with it?
I ain't even sure about doing it.
Come on, at night. Not
So I don't think it's
I
happening.
ain't thought it through.
Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it is very, very unlikely.
But what if we could force a train to stop?
Well, of course.
We get a wagon full of something flammable.
I think AU casting's gotten worse. Yes.
They see it. They know they either have
Like, I think AU casting is really at the worst it's ever been, really. These last few seasons. Or like, again, the fact, like, I talked about this in the review, but it's like the initial premise of the season is stupid.
I think that's the first
Like
time
the
we've
entire
ever
like
had one
concept of the season of like heroes versus villains with not even half returnees, and like a whole bunch of newbies that like don't even end up being on the show.
Guns look real frightening, and some dynamite to open up the train.
I'll get the supplies.
Like obviously, yeah, they have like some of the best cast choices of all time, particularly in George. But also they have like Fraser, and they have like Sarah, who literally got like 3 confessionals, 2 of which being the exact same confessional played twice. But yeah, what the fuck happened there? But yeah, you got Sharni, you got Who else is there early on? Mimi. You got I guess Michael's like good TV, even though he's like a really really bad player. Yeah, it's like I don't think this season was really an improvement in any way casting wise. I think it just so happened to have returnees on it, which just inherently makes it better. But even then, the returnees that they had were also kind of weird. Yeah, Paige and Rogue like were like not good. Like they were like unlikable, but like at least they like made you have a reaction to them. Like obviously like Rogue like Rogue gets into like the icky side of things, and like, even Paige like her outside of the show stuff gets into icky things. But like at least they're not like nothing. Like at least they're like on the show and have like something to do. But yeah, they're still like not great casting choices. Wait, is this the mission? Okay, this is the actual mission, right? Do I still think production? I think production would like Rogue back. I don't think it's like a situation where like they're going out of their way to get Rogue. But I think if it's like if season 10 is All Stars 2, I would not be surprised they ask Rogue like they did with Zach, but I expect her to say no. So like I don't expect to see Rogue again. However, I would not be surprised if they would be open to having her back. But yeah, I fully do not expect to see Rogue on Survivor again. I see you later, Drew. Now season's over. It could spill. Real reason I didn't watch Heroes of Villains was because spoilers said that production rigged against Nina because they didn't want an American winner. I would not be surprised at that. Again, that's the thing I've always said is that like I don't know if like Australian Survivor would want there to be a like an American winner of their show. Like I think maybe if it was like Sandra, I feel like maybe then they would allow it. But like for Nina, I'm not sure. Then again, do I actually think it was actually rigged? Not really. Like I don't know what there would be to actually rig against her that actually would have played a major factor here. Yeah, like I don't know what there is though. Like I like obviously you could say like okay, challenges were made like that didn't advantage her or whatever. Like maybe like idols were placed like outside of where she would find it or something like that. But like I don't think there's like anything that I could truly think of that like is like rigging for Nina. If anything, actually she got saved by it on a limb. But also, I did see that there was like an article out that was talking about how rigged the show was for George. Like supposedly a Australian Survivor producer claims that the show was rigged for George, which is like if it was rigged, like truly rigged for George, in the way they claims because like essentially it's not claiming that like okay we like did things to help out George. It's actually like claiming that like the show is manufactured to help George. Like if that's the case, then like wouldn't George win? Like and like wouldn't have George like actually been helped by the things that were in the game, like the weird like format changes that were added to the game? I don't know. It's like I mean like I would not be surprised if the show rigged the game for George. However, I think like the actual proof that's bringing up like doesn't actually make sense that the show was rigged for George. Yeah, and she did actually find an idol too. Yeah, like I don't think there's any like true indication that Nina actually got screwed over by production anyway. If anything, the opposite. Australian Survivor Premier ranking, potentially for down the road. I'm not like that invested in doing it though right now.
Hey, you know trespassing allowed.
Okay, wrong thing. Okay, not why I did not mean to shoot there. Wait, this guy's still alive? I'm still gonna die. Cool. That's fine. Doesn't Jared from BB10 play again? I mean, he's not going to. But yeah, I did see that Dan was talking about how he still wants to play again. But yeah, it's definitely not happening now. Where's Maddie on the first brute ranking? I think I already said this. That she's probably number 2 behind Fair Play. Well, the thing is, like, I think she did more actively wrong than a lot of first boots. However, she still is the only first boot in Survivor history to get idled out of the game. In a situation where she actually got her plan to go through, even though that plan was, like, pretty misguided. Wait, what? Oh, okay, he is dead. Damn it, I didn't even get the cover. Whatever. Is this the craziest we can BB history? Probably not. I think in terms of in terms of gameplay, no. In terms of like a lot of other shit happening, I mean, it's definitely up there. Would George be looked at as a Russell 10 years? I don't think so. I do think George is essentially a better version of Russell. But like post-season here, like I do get the sense that George would have won had he gotten to the end. I did worry about that in the last stream, where it did seem like the Jury Villa video was kind of a bit like anti-George to a degree, like at least talking up like George's bad aspects of his game. But like I do feel like George now, like having watched the Jury Villa video, having listened to exit interviews and stuff, I do feel like George probably would have won if he got to the end against anybody. But the problem is getting there. Like I just don't think he had an actual path to get to the end. He's like, if even Jerry is not intending on taking him to the end, then it's like, what path is there for him to get to the end? I think AU production probably let George continue after his injury. Oh yeah, 100%. I talk about that, and I think I talk about that in the video, right? 100%. I think that you can call out. Is that like, yeah, the fact that they were like, okay, am I stuck? Why am I stuck? Okay, there we go. Yeah, the fact that they like let him back into the game, like with him having this like massive hole in his like in his forehead, it's like, yeah, that definitely feels like them like really being desperate to put him back in the game. Do I think they're going to drop Con and Brooke for Haley and George? Probably. I would assume so. I don't know, are they just going to like swap out people like left? I don't know how they're going to do it, because like obviously like Haley and George were on it the previous season, and obviously they couldn't be on it for this season. But like, so does that mean that like Brooke and Con were just like temporary to begin with, or are they going to just like constantly be shifting out people? So like, I could see it being like a different group of, like, I could see it being George and someone else. Because like, again, I don't know what Haley's doing outside of Survivor at this point. Like, I don't know if she's more busy or what. Like George, like he has nothing else going on. Like George literally quit his job, right, to do Australian Survivor, to be a full-time Survivor player or whatever. So it's like, I assume he has nothing better to do than do Talking Tribal. But yeah, not 100% about Haley. Dude, we're Talking Tribal though, is like, it's not that big of a commitment, like for the hosts of the show, right? It's like, I'm pretty sure all they have to do is like literally just show up and just talk for like 30 minutes or whatever. If Final 2, Cassie and Owen, how many votes does Cassie get? I think most of them. I think Cassie probably like wins near unanimously against Owen, I would guess. Like obviously they weren't happy with Cassie's answers, though they equally weren't happy with Owen's answers either. George should have gotten Matthew to train him for challenges so he can win out for round 4. I guess. Oh. Wait, what is this? Yeah, also, George was like very low on Matt in his exit press. All Stars had Sarah and Luke. Was Sarah on it? I didn't remember that Sarah was on it. I remembered Luke. Yeah, who was on Brains vs. Brawn? Was it Luke again? I think it was Luke again, wasn't it? Apparently Kat from 2016 was the one who spoiled the final 3. That's really random. Why is Kat from 2016 releasing spoilers? Hold on. There we go. And that is kind of like an issue of this season, just inherently, right? With it being a returning season. So obviously there's going to be the alumni who know, wait, why'd I fail it? Whatever. Survivor Quebec premieres on Sunday. Yeah, I won't be watching. Would I be opposed to Redemption Island style season where production casts a bunch of recruits and George see how it plays out? I would be interested in that in paper. I don't know if I'll be interested in that actually being an actual season though. Like I think it's like a concept that would be interesting if like we didn't actually have to sit through and watch it on our TV screens for like a couple months and actually it be like a full-blown season, but like it'd be interesting to see how George would do in that. George versus Simon Captain season, I would not be surprised at that. By the way, for my casting AU versus USA season, I did put George and Simon on there just because of the George and Simon of it all. And for George was always going to be on there, but I put Simon on there solely because of the George-Simon rivalry. Wait, where? Oh, it's behind me. Is Betty better than any girls in BB Can 11? I think she's better than most of them. But obviously, like, we don't have the full picture of people's games yet. Like, where is this? Why did I just, like, ride around circles and it feels like it's still, like... Oh, it's like a small little hole there? There we go. Where Carson's winning chances? I have him. I'll probably have him at number 3 on my player or on my power ranking. Like possible, but not like super likely. Like for me, it's probably down to Carolyn and Jam Jam. Carson is getting a pretty strong edit. I think the issues is that he does have like 2 episodes now of him being pretty undermined during both of them. Where like I think his episodes 1, 4, and 5 have all been pretty good, but his episode 2 is one where again like while he gets his way, he like gets his way for the wrong reasons. Where like he's blatantly incorrect in his read on that person Helen, and then what was the other one? Oh yeah, and then Sarah. That was the stuff with Sarah in episode 3 where Sarah where like he says that he's trying to rebuild trust with Sarah only for Sarah to like say that she doesn't trust him immediately after that. So I think those are pretty damning for him. But really, I just feel like this is a season where like not that many people are screaming out to me as like potential winners. Like Matt Blankenship. Well, Matthew was in the running as well, but he's gone now. Matt Blankenship was in the running. However, I feel like this episode was like kind of wonky for him. So at this point, I think I'm kind of just back to the like it's someone on Tika bandwagon, with Carson being the least likely of the Tikas to win. Is Claudia a good player? Maybe. Like we don't know. Come to the realization that Carson's high. I mean, I guess people seem to be high on Carson, right? On Carson's island look. How old is Carson? Carson's like young, right? Then he's like 20 though, right? He's not like 18. Better David Wright or George? Probably George. Especially now that we've seen 2 really, really deep runs from George. I think we're going Brains versus Braun. Brains versus Braun George versus Millions for Jack's David. I would say David there. But I think now with both of them playing twice, I would put George above David. How to forget about Sarah? She got more confessions than Natalie White. Yeah, I found it funny. Like, so, yeah, I saw the updated confessional count for this episode. Sarah's still in the top half of confessional getters, even after this episode. So, good on her. Thank God they gave her all really good content. What is this? Kane seems like a different degree of nerd than Carson. Kane's the type of nerd who plays tabletop games. Carson's the kind of nerd who's seen all the Marvel films. I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, I think I'm more in the Carson bandwagon, where I've never played a tabletop game in my entire life. So there's a comment that makes a good point. Like, there's a difference between nerd who loves STEM and nerd who loves fantasy and sci-fi. By the way, I like, obviously no one actually watched my Saints Row playthrough. But I love how, like, last night, I was like, when I was playing Saints Row, I was just scrolling through Twitter, and like, I fucking saw Totally Not Mark post a poll about The Last of Us Part 2. And I think I lost brain cells reading the comments for it. Or, like, it's so funny to me, like, how many people, like, don't get The Last of Us Part 2 still? Where it's like almost every comment is like criticizing, like, essentially, like, are saying that, like, oh, the game could have been good, but then, like, but to make it good, you would have had to play as Abby first. It's like, that ruins the entire point of the game. Like, you're literally, like, not getting the entire purpose of The Last of Us Part 2 if you think that you should play as Abby first and then Ellie. Like, the point is that you're not supposed to sympathize with Abby to begin with. But whatever, that's my Last of Us rant for this fucking stream. Wait, Sarah just said oh, we're talking about that Sarah. Okay. Sarah just said to Tony she was on board to vote out Jeffro. Would she survive the merge boot? Probably. Yeah, I think that's probably all it would probably take. I mean, I think it would have to be believable, though. Like, I think Tony would have had to believe it. But if, like, Sarah had been able to respond in a way that Tony believed it, then yeah, I think that would just be... I think he would have then, yeah, went all in and... on probably voting... actually, no, not vote out Jeffro. It would have to be vote out... who are they going to vote out? Cass, right? Wasn't that who they were going to vote out? I don't remember. Who was Tony going to vote out before all that? But anyway, whoever they were going to vote out. It's where they get you can drink right now, but you can't if you go to the U.S. Yeah. It is weird. Like, I don't get a lot of, like, those sort of rules. It is actually kind of stupid. A lot of the things you can't do until you're 21, but like certain things you can do when you're 18. Why can't I climb, please? Thank you. Matt B's a type of type of nerd that gets girls, I guess so. What happens to Matthew's idol now? I just assume it's gone. Oh yeah, I didn't update that on my chart. But yeah, Matt's idol is gone. Or Matthew's idol is gone. Am I actually going to commit to the Matt from San Francisco thing? Probably not, right? Actually, yeah, so we're down to only 2 idols and an extra vote at this point. So that's not that much in the game anymore. It's not as ridiculous as what it could have been. Are Brandon and Danny dead? Yeah, I think they're both pretty dead. To be fair, I thought they were dead coming into this episode. I don't think this really changed anything, but like I think they're both still dead, if not even more dead. What is this mission that's over here? Morgan? Were they going to vote Morgan? Were they going to vote Morgan? Who are they going to vote at that first vote when they were trying to court Sarah? It had to have been Cass, right? Who won immunity again? It was... Oh no, it was Wu, so that doesn't affect anything.
What?
That loan you took.
I assume it was Cass.
Sorry, I don't have it right now.
Well then.
Because it's like, I don't think they would have voted for Spencer Tasha under the worry of an idol.
What you've got?
And also like Sarah had this like vendetta with Cass, where I think the initial plan was probably to get Sarah to vote for Cass, and then obviously when that didn't work, they did the opposite. But now I think about it, I don't think they ever say in the show who they explicitly want her to vote out. Weird how we've seen Tika's reaction to Matthew's vote out, but not Ratu. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, we've seen like Tika react to the medevac, but like not the actual tribe that he's actually on. Okay, where are the buttons I'm supposed to be pushing here? Okay, cool. God damn it! It's like every single time I see the fucking thing come up, it's like it like disappears right away. As far as Spencer teased the face reveal, I'm pretty sure I've already seen as far as Spencer's face. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like photos out there, right? I guess it's her face reveal as in like he'll actually be in his videos now. Okay. Good for him, I guess. What is he doing at this point anyway? Like, what are his videos about nowadays? Matt and Franny were destined to be because he's from San Francisco, and obviously, where is she from? Because I don't know how spoilery this is, but I feel like this is stuff you can openly talk about considering how much it's implied. But I'm pretty sure they're still together, right? Like, I mean, like based on how Jeff talked about it in the preseason when he revealed that there's like a showmance this season, like I'm pretty sure he implied that they're still together. It's like, we know he's from San Francisco, but I don't think she's from San Francisco, is she? What is going on in this fight, by the way? Like, I'm just like bashing on buttons, just waiting for something to happen. Does Caroline have the most obvious winner at it if she wins? No. Because again, just because you're the most present person on the show doesn't mean you have an obvious, like, winner at it. But again, I do think she's probably the most likely winner right now, though. This is the most controversial post on TLU subreddit. What is it? The ending of part 2 is, in my opinion, a travesty and one of the worst ways you could have ended the game. It's unsatisfying, cheesy, and seems to misunderstand its own themes. Alright, last was 2. Do I actually want to read all this? Alright, firstly, killing Abby would have been a satisfying end to the game. It would have been sad, yes, especially if the game managed to succeed at making you care about her and Les, but it would have ultimately been more satisfying for Ellie to go through with her journey for no reason. I think that one's like up for debate. I don't think that one's like, okay, that's stupid, but it's like, I think that one you can debate. I think I probably thought that when the game originally came out as well, though I do think the utilization of like Ellie's connection to Joel in that moment makes it a bit better for me, where I'm like, okay, this is Ellie like now recognizing that Abby and Lev are essentially like her and Joel, to where this is making her not want to obviously go through with this. But again, like I think that one's like at least a little bit up for debate. Secondly, killing Abby would have supported the game's message. The Last of Us Part 2 central themes, as far as I understand, involve empathy and the impact revenge has on you. If there was a message the game tried to tell, it would either boil down to revenge isn't worth it or be compassionate to others. There's probably some other thing. But how's that go against it? I don't think that goes against it by... Like, I don't think killing Abby was supportive themes, because that would mean that there's no development. That would just mean that, oh, we're just continuing to do this bad, like this thing that everyone knows is bad. We're just like continuing to do this again. Like it would mean that there's like no development for Ellie throughout all of it. And I guess, yeah, it's like Ellie does lose everything at the end despite that. But I think like it's still better for her to at least like show a level of development, and still also face the ramifications of her previous actions than like for her to still like not have development and then also face the ramifications. I don't know. Thirdly, if the game did to you what it did for me, the death of Abby would have been one of the most powerful of the game. We get to see her character arc. Again, like no, I personally disagree, but whatever. Fourth off, this should be obvious. Ellie killed hundreds of people in a request to kill Abby. Most of them once tangibly related to her. Ellie being willing to kill all of them, but refusing in the end to kill the big bad. I mean, no, because like the entire point is that she recognized that Abby is like Joel. That she's not going to kill this person who is a Joel figure to someone else. Like to her, like the people she killed are just these other random people that are trying to attack her. Like she has no personal connection to those people. While to Abby, she has this connection, the fact that she looks at her as a Joel. Like that's kind of the entire point. But yeah, finally, and this is a minor point, I feel like I have the feeling of dread that they only spared Abby so they can use her for future part. Again, I don't think that's the case at all. To be honest, I would not be surprised if part 3 doesn't even have Abby in it. Like, I don't think there's a point in that. Like, I think Abby's story is done from my point of view. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Abby shows up again, but like, I don't think it's a necessity. I think like Abby's like arc is kind of concluded. And it's like, yeah, I don't even, like, to be honest, I don't even know what they're going to do with part 3. Like, I don't even think there's, like, a real, like, true point to it. Like, I feel like they would need to create a point to it to make it. Which is, like, the same thing with part 2. Where, like, I think just in general, like, The Last of Us 1 is, like, such a, like, condensed story where, like, I never felt like there was, like, it ever needed a sequel. I kind of feel the same way with 2. Probably, like, less so, but still. Like, I just don't know what the point of a third entry would be outside of just, like, wrapping up a so-called trilogy. Fran's from Massachusetts. That's pretty far away. San Fran Maddie is what you call it? I guess so. Or San Franny Maddie. Carolyn's winner at it is how everyone constantly underestimates her. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a theme of her edit. To be fair, that's also a theme of Heidi's edit, though it's obviously just not as blatant. Is that just a theme of the season as a whole, I wonder? Is that these, like, players that are underestimated end up taking power? And to be fair, if there is this bro alliance happening, and, like, considering the fact that I think these bros are probably the most likely to be taken out with the merge, based on the edit, like, that probably is, like, the overarching theme of the season. Is how these, like, players that are underestimated end up taking control of the game. Because, like, Carson has the same arc, too, right? That people, like, he even talked about in this episode, that, like, no one sees him as the strategic mastermind, but they're going to see it or whatever. Like, yeah, now I think about it, I think that's probably just the overarching theme of the season. Which I think is probably something that knocks Jam Jam a bit down, right? Because, like, does Jam Jam even have that as part of his storyline? Like, I think he's the only, like, top contender that doesn't really have that. Yeah, I think Carolyn has it. Other person, Carson has it. Heidi has it. Matt has it to a degree. But yeah, I don't think Jam Jam has that in any way, right? That's a Zodiac movie? I didn't even know that was the thing. Yeah, whatever happened to the One Piece live action? Like, weren't we supposed to be getting more from that? Like, how have we not gotten like a trailer or anything? Like, isn't that supposed to be this year? Am I gonna bother doing a review of the One Piece live action series? Wait, what? Oh, I'm at camp. Okay, where did that fucking storm come from? That came out of nowhere. What has Jam Jam's edit been about? That's the thing. I think that's the kind of perplexing thing, right? Like, what is the overarching storyline of Jam Jam? Is there one? I don't remember. Like, what was his first confessional? Was it the one about him being excited? Yeah, I guess that is a thing. I guess that is a thing to call out, right? I don't know, because like the thing is, like, I remember after the premiere, I was thinking of him pretty highly, and also it's like I thought he got good content. He had the Matt chat, which was a good thing for him. Which again, like recent winners have all had Matt chats. I believe this season it was only him, Franny, and Matthew. Though again, it's not like a super solid thing. There was something out there was some like confessional that stood out, but I forgot what it is. Actually, let's see if I have it in my notes. Let's see. I forgot I have to look up like in my notes. I've been writing down Jam Jam as YY because I'm like I'm not fucking typing out Jam Jam every time I have to write his name. Maybe I did write out Jam Jam the first few times. Okay, his first confessional was the him being so excited and talking about wanting to poopy in the ocean. Then yeah, Jam Jam gets the first question, saying that he wants to see people give it their all. So that's his first bit of content. And then we have him being the first to find a bird cage. Oh, I forgot about that. The fire making stuff. That was also a thing. Yeah, we have this scene between Carson and Jam Jam where Jam Jam talks about being from Puerto Rico, and that he's used to making fires. Talks about Richard Hatch. Let's see, what else is there? Oh, yeah, and also the Bruce thing. I forgot. That was also the big thing. Bruce. When Bruce gets medevaced, Jam Jam literally says subtitled, we're going to bring it home for you. But to be fair, that could be anyone on Tika, more so than Jam Jam, though. Is that it for the premiere? There's another Tika segment. Okay, his relationship with Carolyn gets set up. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, there isn't really a proper storyline outside of him seeming to want to give it his all. But that's not really something. So I do think that is probably a knock in retrospect. That there isn't this like big thematic storyline for him at this point. Which like Carolyn and Carson seem to have. Like, it just seems like his overall storyline is that he's like excited to be there. And that he's going to give it his all. But that's not really like a proper storyline, though. Most controversial point on Survivor Reddit. I assume it's like a Parvati Sandra thing. What is this? Oh, Xander got robbed? Okay. Interesting. He played a way better game. What am I missing? What Erica do better than him? The whole show revolved around him, did it?
Sure.
Well, I always thought
ain't the only one.
Yeah, like, I genuinely don't get how people watch 41 and think Xander. I guess like at the end of the day, it's I look at it from an Edgic perspective, because I think when you're looking at it from a game perspective, I guess you could see this as like, okay, this is Xander's story. But yeah, it's like from an Edgic perspective, it was never there. Like it was never there from an Edgic perspective. Like he didn't get personal content until literally after he won Final Immunity. And it's like early on he gets undermined by like Evie and Liana too. It's like, I don't know. It's like it never really felt like it was there, like Edgic wise. But I guess like game wise, especially at the Knowledge Power round, like he gets a lot of credit there. And then he gets shown as this like underdog figure after. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just like scrolling through this. It is actually real. Actually, what is the? Yeah, I want to see what the other most controversial Twitter things are. Wait, why do I? Didn't it used to be on the top thing? All I'm seeing is Rising. Yeah, whatever. Who wins the Sean, Xander, Heather? We don't fully know still, but it's close. It's a fucked vote. There's Matt the 41 Golden Boy lost. I mean, yeah. What's the Knights of the Zodiac? Yeah, I never watched Knights of the Zodiac. I know nothing about Knights of the Zodiac. So no matter what, it won't like piss me off as much as fucking Dragon Ball Evolution. Which yeah, I'm doing a video on that next year, right? That's next year, right? That should be fun. I think I'm doing a decent amount of movie reviews next year, if I remember right. Or at least I think like 2 or 3. Oh yeah, it is the guy. Yeah, I actually recognize the guy. Yeah, it is Zoro. This looks very unanime-y. Yeah, this could be pretty bad. Okay, this actually, yeah, I'm looking at the towards the end of the this looks pretty bad, but I have no connection to the property, so. Is BB Can 11 getting train wreck the second quit? Yes, it is. Again, I talked a lot about it at the beginning of stream. This is a bit of a train wreck. He found out everything about Hope. Does he not know? No, he doesn't know what show he's on. Most of this cast never watched Big Brother. Most of this cast don't know what show they're on.
Good. You? Got everything.
Since I is big in Latin America, that's really random.
Charles,
I'll go get him. Meet us at the wagon when you can.
Sure.
See, Arthur? Ain't that dumb.
Yeah, I'm doing a Dragon Ball Evolution video next year.
Then you'll be a genius.
Now, I know I'm doing a Yu-Gi-Oh one, right? A Yu-Gi-Oh, well, not Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, a Yu-Gi-Oh Pyramid of Light video. Yeah. And then Mighty Morphin Season 2, Total Drama Island, or Total Drama Action. I'm probably going to cancel the Digimon videos, which is a shame because I kind of want to do those Digimon videos. I just don't feel like it's a series that I have enough like expertise on doing Digimon retrospectives. Where like Yu-Gi-Oh, Power Rangers, like those shows, like I have enough like actual like knowledge about, like beyond just the baseline. Where like I feel like Digimon, like I only know pretty much the baseline. Like I've only watched this when I was a kid. I haven't done much research into it beyond that. And while I would like to talk about them, I just don't feel like it's like enough to actually do like proper big retrospectives for. Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's not even my horse. But yeah, so I'll probably end up canceling those Digimon videos, but I do want to do a Digimon like series ranking like I did for Yu-Gi-Oh. The problem is the fact that I haven't watched like half of them, and like pretty sure it's a lot, even more than Power Rangers, but whatever. I haven't updated my player ranking yet for BB Can, but I would assume Claudia would be 1.
What, mister?
After that, I think it's a bit of a train wreck, just because like I don't even know where to properly rank like Kuzi or Daniel yet. And to be fair, I don't think we can know, because like we don't know the ramifications of everything yet. Like that's kind of the issue, is that like without the not live feed, the digital dailies, like we really have no semblance of like how people are taking the like Zack stuff. Like, you know, like Shania maybe too. I mean, again, the problem is that we don't fully know. I mean, like, I think maybe Shania would be 2 right now. I think Zack is very likely to boot. Especially based on, like, the information about, like, okay, him and Ty are going to try to blow up Hope and everything. Like, I feel like more than likely that means that they try to, it doesn't work, and then it ends up blowing up in their faces to where they're even more likely to go home now. It's the sense that I get from that. Especially considering Arissa seems to be excited for tomorrow night's episode. Which makes me think that that nothing like actual bad is, like, there's no ejections or anything in next episode. As why would she be excited for that? Where's my horse? Which one's my horse? I don't even know which one my horse is. Whatever. Do you think jury starts? I don't know. I mean, like, technically it should start after tomorrow, but, like, it also feels weird, too. Like, it feels like, I mean, to be fair, like, next week is actually the halfway point in the season.
Hi, Arthur.
What is it?
Like, we are technically almost halfway.
Can I ask you a favor?
It's like, it's not, oh, we're at Fisher Men.
Very funny.
Ooh.
Would you do something with Jack? He seems
So we're
kinda
getting
down.
towards the end of chapter
All
2
this
then, I
upheaval
believe.
Can't have been easy on the poor kid.
Why? Because I'm your...
I mean, supposedly Vanessa had a medical emergency,
Because he
is
lies
what
to you and-
her Twitter
well,
claimed.
You know his father's useless.
To where she was pulled because of a medical
Thank you.
emergency. I don't think we'll ever know the exact details of things, though. Same thing with Amal, where we still don't know what happened to Amal, even though she's like online and everything. So I just feel like that's just a situation we'll probably never actually find out. Why was Jeff in production hyping up the season so much? I don't know. I expect that means that we're up, like we're gonna get big things moving forward. But you never know. It could just be Jeff being Jeff. But again, like even like not even just like Jeff seemed to be excited for the season, but even like CBS as a whole seemed to, right? Where like they like even CBS like went out of their way to like announce the premiere date of the season like during the middle of 43. Like way early on in like 43, to where like that was like super abnormal. To where like it even feels like from CBS's point of view, they're like super excited for this season. So yeah, I mean, like, again, there must be something. Like there has to be something there. Come on. Looking through the most controversial Big Brother posts, and fuck's sake, Brett is obsessed with Bailey. I mean, I could definitely see that.
Oh, okay.
What about Bailey? Like, I mean, like, which is it like the 22 stuff or what?
So, just like you.
Or is the 20? I don't even know. Or could it be the Tyler stuff? Now the modern Tyler stuff?
What do you mean?
Also Matt's run. So Matthew, we're talking about the. Man, he seemed like a really good player. We'll never really know how the season would have played out, but I do think like out of the like medevac players, like particularly early on, like he's probably one of the better ones. I was kind of disappointed listening to the RHAP, or not RHAP, the the Jeff Probst podcast. God damn it. But yeah, listening to the Rob, fuck off. I was about to say Rob again. But yeah, listening to the Jeff Probst podcast. I was kind of hoping he would announce like the same thing for Bruce, for Matt, but he didn't. So I was kind of disappointed by that. What's the modern Tyler stuff? I mean, the fact that like the rumors that her and Swaggy's kid is actually Tyler's, which is funny that's like actually a thing that people are actually talking about.
Where should we stand, Uncle Arthur?
Down by the shore. Come on, follow
Who would have gone home, Antika? I think clearly Josh, right? Like I have very little doubt it would have been Josh. Dang it, I feel like a lot of that's from the edit though. Like edit wise, like 100% would have been Josh. On the island, like we never truly know, like until exit press. I feel like because like that could obviously just be the storyline they want to tell us because that makes more sense with the rest of the season. When in reality, like what if like Jam Jam actually was going to vote out Carolyn? But again, just from a pure storytelling standpoint, I think clearly Josh. Like I always felt like Josh like was kind of just like I don't know, like a secondary character, while both Carolyn and Jam Jam feel like main characters for the season. Basically, any post regarding Bailey has 0 upvotes and 50 plus comments. What is this? Bailey is the prettiest house kiss of all time. I mean, yeah, probably up there. Incoming posts titled, "Am I the only one who thinks Bailey is overrated?" Next comment: externally, yes, she's gorgeous. Internally, well, wow, they like people really hate Bailey. Like this is actually pretty funny. Next comment: it doesn't matter how attractive someone is on the outside. Ultimately, it's what's on the inside that counts. Yeah, this is actually like really stupid. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is just stupid. Like these comments are dumb.
First, we need some bait.
I mean, like if you do look at the pictures and the comparisons, like it does look like it. But is there actual evidence? No. And like, do I actually like really believe it? Not really. But like, it is funny. This is like actually like a debate that Twitter is having on like, is Swaggy's kid actually Tyler's? Yeah, Merge seems. Well, Earn the Merge is next episode. So that's something. Again, mid-season power ranking will be this Saturday. Yeah, I've been watching Rise and Fall. It's been fine. I'm more so like the actual show itself is just like okay. I'll say this last episode, like, or was it this last episode or was it the previous episode? No, it was this last episode. Yeah, it was this episode. Did have a shocking vote to where I thought this season was going to end up being like super boring gameplay wise from this point on, but no, I guess the alliance wasn't as steady as I thought it was. Bashing on Hannah for calling out Tyler for the 22 comment.
You okay there?
Hannah from 23, I'm assuming. Seems kind of funny how Carolyn wants to vote out Josh because the boys underestimate her and want to work with Josh to keep Jam Jam.
I want to make something.
Okay.
To a degree. I mean, I think her voting out Josh is more so like she doesn't want to empower this bro alliance more so than anything, right? Where she already sees this like grouping of guys coming together, and to her, Josh is just another number for them. So it's like, you might as well try to weaken them before the merge. But yeah, I guess like that is interpretation you can have. But I think it's the same as 44 in terms of what? Like, I think they'll do the same format of, like, yeah, just no Hourglass, but everything else is the same. No Hourglass and then no individual immunity challenge. Everything else is the same. All in one episode, probably. because I doubt they would do the non-limb again. Schedule, yeah, I talked about it earlier. What is it? It's mid-season power ranking for Saturday. Next Wednesday will be player ranking for Heroes vs. Villains. Next Saturday will be BB Can 11 mid-season power ranking. And then I don't know, after that's just like kind of normal. Probably a USA 2 Challenge USA 2 cast reaction at some point. Circle season ranking eventually. First HOH reign for Big Brother eventually. What else? Road Rule All-Star retrospective. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers once and always spoiler review. That's obviously super important to do. Game deciding vote for every season of Survivor. Avengers Infinity War retrospective. Genius Season 1 retrospective. And then top 10 players after Survivor Micronesia. That's the entirety of April as of right now. Oh yeah, I mean, I think with Big Brother, especially Big Brother, especially Reddit, the opposite, like especially, like the Big Brother Reddit. There we go. Is yeah, there's definitely some racial undertones there with a lot of stuff there. Where like I feel like a lot of people you see a lot of people on Twitter call out Reddit for being like racist and stuff, and like. I feel like I haven't seen that on the Survivor Reddit, but on Big Brother, like there definitely are, like there's definitely some not great stuff there. Like it's still not the entirety of it. I think like most people are fine, but like there's definitely like some bad stuff there.
Fishing sure is boring, Uncle Arthur.
Well, I watched an entire season of Survivor Korea if they did it, if it was in English or like had an English like subtitle or whatever. I would consider it, but not if it's not.
Really?
If you're lucky. But until then, you just sit and wait. Try not to worry. It's good for you.
Where to rank Liz with all the unanimous winners? I mean, who are the unanimous winners? But again, like Liz is like a middle tier winner for me. Like pretty much like middle of the middle tier, I think.
You'll see. It's a surprise.
If Jeff Probst is out as a bigot, what happens? I mean, hasn't he already? Like, isn't he like essentially a reform? I mean, I guess bigot is probably like a big too loaded of a term, but I guess like misogynist is probably the better way to phrase it. Like, hasn't he already? And like he's essentially been reformed to a degree.
Well, seems like he's taking a rest now. I'm gonna try reeling them in nice and steady.
All right. I would watch Survivor Quebec if it was in English, but it's not. Like it's the same thing. Like if there's any international version of Survivor that had English subtitles, I would consider watching it. But if it's not going to have them, then I'm not going to bother. Like, why am I going to watch a show that I don't understand the majority of what's happening in it?
Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Here we go. Best character in the game.
Arthur Morgan, Vanderlyn's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphaned street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer. Agent Milton, Agent Ross, Pinkerton.
Those are UMS winners for
seconded to the United States government. Nice to finally meet. We know a lot about you.
Do you?
In games, he'll probably be what? Dane, Dan, Xavier, Kevin. Players would be Dan, Dane, Xavier, Kevin.
Turn myself in.
We want Vanderlyn.
Old Dutch. I haven't seen him for months.
That's so. Because I heard a guy fitting his
Jeff Probst drops the hard R on camera in 2023 before 45. What happens? They probably cancel the show. Or at least fire him. And through that, it would cause a massive... Like, they would definitely put on hiatus, right? But also, it's like
This
that's
is
not
my
happening
offer,
though.
Mr. Morgan.
But yeah,
Bring in Vanderlyn. You have my word. You won't swing.
Charlotte, Johnny, Earl, JT, Jeremy, Adam, Pia. Has there not been a Survivor US unanimous winner since Adam? That's kind of weird to think about.
Games to your rules.
Spare me the philosophy lesson. I've already heard it.
Yeah,
from
Pia,
Mac
Mark,
Callender.
Liz. Has there not been a SA unanimous win?
He was pretty shot up by the time I got to him. So really, it was more of a mercy killing. Slow, but mercy.
Yeah, what? It's Earl. I don't remember where I have JT and Jeremy. Where I have them. But those two, then probably Mark.
Savagery, and you will die savagely, all of you.
Oh, we're all gonna die, Agent.
I guess then Johnny.
Sooner than others.
Then probably Liz,
Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Pia, Adam.
Goodbye.
Enjoy your fishing, kid. While you still
Actually,
can.
Who are they?
Don't worry about no one at all. Come on, let's pick up your things and get home.
No, I would go Liz, Pia. Liz, Adam, then... I don't know, I think Adam and Pia are kind of like interchangeable for me at this point. I think I would still go Pia than Adam.
Are you taking me back?
The thing with Pia, for me, the thing about Pia is that she loses control at the final 7 and then, like, really gets saved from things outside of her control. Oh, yeah, Cochrane's on the list. Okay, Cochrane would be higher.
Can we go now, please?
But it's like, I think Pia's game as a whole, like, I think Pia game up until final 7 and then final 4 on are really, really great. The problem is that like final 7 through final 5 is really, really bad. But I think she's still above Adam. So yeah, Liz, Pia, Adam, Charlotte, I guess. Yeah, imagine if they give Jeff a purple edit. That would be funny. To be fair, would they even necessitate? Like, would they even do that? Considering, like, I don't know, Dan Spila was still on the show after his stuff. Varner was still on the show despite them knowing what was going to happen to him.
Why did you lie about where Uncle Dutch is?
Because those are
If a player plays an excellent game but only wins in a tie, do I rank their game lower?
Is he in jail?
Probably. I think the thing is, like, I think tier-wise, they would remain in the same tier. However, they might be at the bottom of their tier based on how they win. So where, like, I think a comparison is someone like a Brian Heidick to a degree. I don't know, because, like, Brian Heidick, I think is someone that, like, again, like, his game is, like, undeniably top tier. I think the fact that, like, the amount of control he has over his game is, like, really, really unprecedented. Especially considering, like, how much it was active play. But like, the fact that he only wins 4-3 against Clay, and even then had, like, a possible losing scenario against Clay and doesn't win against anybody else, like, that's kind of what, like, okay, that definitely knocks him down a few spots. Same thing with, like, Boston Rob versus Kim, where, to me, it's like they're the only two Survivor US winners that are in this, like, truly elite tier of, like, complete dominance from beginning to end. But Boston Rob is pretty much the lowest you can be of someone in that tier. Because he's in a position where, like, he essentially only wins in that precise final 3. And I feel like that's kind of the way, like, a tied vote would be treated as well. It's like, essentially, like, yeah, you'd be at the bottom of your, like, sub tier, but you would still be in whatever sub tier you're in, probably.
You did real fine, kid.
Thanks.
We got a problem. What? I just met some guys out near the river.
Yeah, this is what convinces them to leave, right? So I guess we are at the end of chapter 2, right?
Remember the other fella's name? Ross. Milton and Ross. And they are employees of the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And they know about the train and they know we're here.
Were you followed back here?
No, they know we're near here. And they want you, Dutch. They offered me my freedom in exchange, they did.
Why didn't you take
What's for our U.S. seasons to make the top 10?
Very funny.
So after having redone having done the top 25 reality TV seasons of all time, like I think my top 5 no matter what was always the top 5. So like that's Kageon, Here's His Villains, David vs. Goliath, Pearl Islands, and Micronesia. Like those are my top 5. After that,
we just need to
I think the next 3. So the next 2 I think are San Juan del Sur and Philippines. Which I decide San Juan del Sur then Philippines on my latest ranking, though I believe before it was the opposite. And then after that, I think is where it gets a bit rocky. Like those for me are like the top 7. Ko Wrong is kind of in that ballpark, but the problem for me with Ko Wrong is I've always had the issue with the medevacs kind of ruining the pacing of things. And also just kind of like messing up the overall game structure to where like I've never particularly liked that about the season, but like everything else about it is like very solid and very much in line with those other like the Philippines and the San Juan del Surs.
Got the full message.
I
think we're in real trouble, but the only way out.
But yeah, what were the other? So Winners at War is somewhere in there. I think it's probably still top 10. To where like again, it's not really for what the season is on its own. It's more so what the season means.
Anyway, I won't disturb you.
But I think I would have it top 10. And then after that, I think it's like I think there's like a decent amount of seasons like fighting for the same spot, like something like a China, Tocantins. What else is in that grouping? I don't know what else would be up there nowadays. Millennials for Gen X, I guess. David vs. Goliath's already David vs. Goliath is number 3 for me. And for me, the reason I love Tocantins is not for like the gameplay; it's for the character stuff. Like Tocantins, like again, like just everything Coach does in Tocantins is fantastic. Oh yeah, and Tocantins. I think China, Blood vs. Water was one I was forgetting. And yeah, Millennials Gen X. I think those are probably like the next like grouping of seasons. Not entirely sure which one I would go with there. See, I think that's the thing for me is that I never connected to the Casa Gabon. Where like I always found like again the likes of like Coach and JT and Steven and Tyson and Aaron and Taj, like I always found those to be more interesting characters than the ones from Gabon. Worst between Figgy and Taylor? Taylor. Okay, I was gonna rest. There we go. I don't know. I might jump. Like I think Samoa used to be up there, right? I think I might knock Samoa a little bit down nowadays. I think. I still really like Samoa though. I don't know. Maybe it would be in contention still. Like I just rewatched Samoa not too long ago, and I still really liked it. I like Survivor Fiji. It's not in my top half, I don't think, but like it's somewhere in the like 20 to 25-ish range. Like it's a very like middle tier like season of the show. What do I want to do here? So that's pouring forth oil, whatever, right? Yeah. And what's this? Actually, what time is it? It's 3:34. To be honest, I don't know if I even want to continue playing at this point. Maybe I'll just play poker if I can. Tyson coach hard carry Tokachins. I think they hard carry the first half, and I think the second half, I think coach is still there, and then I think JT, the story of JT and Steven also is pretty strong in the second half. I think Fiji, Nicaragua are your biggest guilty pleasure seasons. Yeah, I think for me it's probably like Nicaragua, South Pacific. What else is there? Can I not play? I guess I can't play poker right now. What else is there? I know there's like one I'm missing that like I wait, okay, I did not mean to do this. Yeah, do I have to pick for? Wait, I mean, have we gotten to that part of the map? Yeah, still not yet. Man, we'll get close to it. Maybe I'll do it at the very beginning of next stream. Just so that biggest party is here because he wanted to see it too, right? Oh, Guatemala. Guatemala is another one. Yeah, I forgot about Guatemala. That's the one I was thinking of. As a guilty pleasure season. I don't know. I think Guatemala is like one that I do personally enjoy. However, I do think like in terms of like a season ranking, my opinion of it probably has gone down over time. I don't know. I think it's kind of a tough one. Like it's a very unique season where it's like I don't think there's another season that like gives off the same like vibe as Guatemala.
I'm sorry.
I want to play poker.
Suppose he'd do the same for you.
Let me play poker.
We're all in this together, Mr. Morgan. I know you know that.
Of course, Miss Grimshaw. Sounds good.
Can I play poker? Okay, good. Yeah, I like Panama. It's another one of these like very middle of the road seasons for me. Where like I have it around where I have Fiji. It's like around like the high 20s or like low 20s. Anyway, like 21 to 25-ish range. Yeah, I've always Worlds Apart is a season I've always liked too. 35 I think is like I used to. I don't know if I still stick by it. I don't know. I just haven't watched it. I just haven't watched it in a while, to be honest. That's probably a major factor into why. And then Edge of Extinction. I think my opinion of Edge of Extinction has kind of gone back down to where like initially I was like super low on it, like immediately after the season, where I think it was like probably in the 30s or so. Then I went up on it to where like it was like around like 15 or something like that. And I think now I'm kind of like in between, to where I'm probably closer to like I don't know, like 20. Like maybe 20 to 25-ish. China's the top tier season. I like China. However, I think my issue with China is that I don't feel like I like it as much when I'm not watching it. Where I feel like China's season that like when I'm watching, I'm like, oh yeah, this is really great. But then like when I'm not watching it, I kind of like forget about a lot of it. Okay, this is kind of bad.
Check.
Unless there's a 9. If there's a 9, that's pretty decent. Oh, they're actually okay. That works, right? Yeah, because we have 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. Yeah.
My beard's getting longer. Come on.
We'll go all in, I guess.
All in. Shoot. All right.
Yeah, there's no point going all in. Whatever. Thoughts of the Kira Alstein poker drama? I'm not too informed on it outside. Like, I know it's supposedly a thing of like he claims that like this woman like cheated in this game that he played or whatever.
It is a game of pure chance.
And then like forced her to give the money back to him or something. Which I don't know. But that sounds about right based on what we know about Garrett. Yeah, that's bad.
I'll check.
Yeah, Dave Cruiser has always been like one of my favorite like pre-merge characters. And then yeah, James is obviously great. Courtney's great. Todd's great. Jean Robert is like good, but like not a good. Like he's more so like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, and like that's kind of funny to see how like doofusy he is. But he also like I think I think nowadays he probably would be like super Ricky to watch though. But I just haven't watched the season that recently. Look at this, is kind of bad. See, Blood vs. Water, I feel like I always think of pretty highly, even when I'm not watching it.
Nah.
If this is an ace, or even a 6, a 5, okay, that's not great.
No. How about we do this?
April 4th is the anniversary of the Western release of Persona 5. Is it? Was it in April? I always thought of it as later than that. I think whenever I think of Persona 5, I think of its Western or its Eastern release of September, right? I think that's September 2016. So that always like kind of mixes me up. Put together a list of your favorite Survivor episodes. I've gotten through the first 10 seasons. I was really surprised at why I put it number 1. Was randomly the Karen Boo, really?
An unfortunate case, Arthur.
Yeah, it is a really strong episode. I mean, like I think just as a whole, that entire like endgame pullout was really interesting. But yeah, that's not one I would have called out as a favorite episode from that season. When am I gonna start a Persona 5 playthrough? Whenever I have fucking 3 months of streaming open. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, dude, like Persona 5 just takes too long. And again, like my issue too is I can't stream the ending, which kind of like makes the entire thing kind of useless. Like I wouldn't be opposed to like do. Oh, that's really good. But yeah, like, I wouldn't be opposed to like go like play Persona 5 like once a week. Like make it so that like every Sunday stream is a Persona 5 stream, and then like I play something else on Wednesdays. Like, I feel like that is something I'd be willing to do. But, again, like, the issue is I can't even properly play the entirety of Persona 5 on stream. So, it kind of makes me, like, not want to do it. Dead Grandma, Rupert vote, Kelly vote, Christy vote. I feel like up until season 10...
Let's hurry this along,
I don't even know what is my favorite episode up until season 10? I probably would have the Borneo finale, I think, personally.
I might pass away before you move.
I can't see how much I'm betting because of the watching thing. It's so stupid that's a thing. Where like I'm streaming this from PS5, so like whenever like an update to the viewership happens, like a thing on the bottom of the screen comes up with like how many viewers I have, which like blocks off the entire like all the options on the bottom corner.
I am not so easy to deceive.
Yeah, I think like so. I think the thing with me of Survivor, like for most seasons, is that I think when I think of most seasons, I think of its like negatives. To where, like looking at Ko Wrong is a big example, where, like, when I think of that season, I'm like, oh, the season's, like, great, but it also has all these medevacs that kind of ruin things. When I think of Philippines, I think, oh, it's great, but there are, like, these, like, last couple rounds, like, final 5, final 6 rounds that are, like, kind of boring, and also, like, the pre-merge is kind of just, like, okay. Yeah, like, Survivor China, which is, like, again, the end game is, like, not the greatest in the world. I don't know. It's like I feel like with most seasons, like there is like that, like there's like something negative to call out from it. Wait, so he called 10? I will raise.
Not feeling too confident.
Play before Persona 6, probably. When's Persona 6 ever coming out, though? Wait, what did he do? Did he raise again? I can't see! Okay, he did raise again. Whatever, we'll do it. Why not?
Let me introduce you.
Better not have a queen.
I ain't got it.
Damn it. He actually did have a queen. Fuck off.
Just as planned.
Oh, no, he didn't have a queen. What did he have? Oh, he had a flush? Oh, whatever. Oh, yeah, Pro Islands premiere is really good, too. How long's Ty survive without Zach? It depends on his reaction to Zach going out. There's a chance he's the next boot. There's a chance he is able to flip the entire house around. We just don't know. Okay.
Very good.
When Fang sees the elephant Gabon, is it I really just don't care when Fang sees the elephant. It's like, oh, that's a thing that happened. Yeah.
Check.
Which will come out first, Persona 6 or KH4? Probably KH4. We still haven't seen Persona 6, right? There's nothing of Persona 6. So yeah, I would assume. It's kind of bad. I would assume KH4.
Play it safe.
Interesting.
How much did I even bet? I don't even know how much I just bet. I probably shouldn't have bet whatever I just bet. Fuck. I'm not gonna go all in on this.
There goes your rent money.
I only have 11 cents left. Well, that's really bad. Where's Austin rank on the player ranking for Pro Islands? Not really, really low.
All right.
I would have lost anyway. So yeah, that was good, I guess.
Better than I thought.
We don't know about 45 and 46 yet. Obviously, we're assuming at least some returnees because Bruce. And then, I know there's speculation that 46 is going to be returnees, but I don't. Well, I think there's a chance that it still is, but I kind of doubt it. As one, I feel like we probably would have heard. Actually, I don't know. I guess for 46 we wouldn't have heard by now. But so I think the stuff that's people are saying is leaning towards it, which is that the Survivor casting page only says 45 and 47. I don't think that means anything. Ooh, okay.
Forgive me. It's all I can afford.
I'll call
then. Biggest issue Kagiyan. I think individual episodes are probably not the greatest in the world. I think I think really the only bad, or not even bad, but the only average episodes in my eyes are the Bryce boot, the Jatia boot, and the Alexis boot. However, I think all of them have moments within it. The Jatia boot has Sarah and Tony trying to throw the challenge and failing at that. You have Tony flipping Sarah on Cliff in episode 3. And you have the funny stuff with the bucket with Luzon. And then on the Alexis episode, you have Tony. You have Top 5 Baby. And then also you have Tony doing the Jeremiah thing of trying to fake out Jeremiah with the idol. Worst between Luzon and Matt Singh. Matt Singh obviously goes down 2, but that's also because production let them do that. But still, Luzon at least wins a challenge.
Well, not so good.
What? I actually lost this?
I like the sound of this.
Oh, hell.
Well, that's a shame.
That's some liquor money.
You love Popeye chicken tender. I've never even had Popeye chicken tenders. I've only had a Popeye's chicken sandwich, and then we'll buy in. If I can only see what button it is to buy in. I'm pretty sure it's X, right? There we go. Yeah, I've only had that and then the regular fried chicken. Most controversial in Persona 5? What is this? Okay. This is a character tier list. So who's that? So it's Joker, Futaba, Sojiro? Is that his name? I forgot his name. The fucking the housekeeper guy. Sai? Is that her name? No, not Sai. Sai is the sister. What's her name? The fucking doctor girl. I don't remember these characters' names anymore. Wait, what cards do I have? Okay, we're fine. Who the fuck's that kid? I don't even remember who that kid even is. And then the fucking guy from fucking Strikers. Jeremiah Booth's kind of meh, but I think there's at least some suspense there. And like Spencer's idol and everything. And you also have like that's the first episode of Tony's Bag of Tricks. So again, I think there's like some stuff there. Putting together a finale ranking, and it with Palau, Borneo, Marquesas, Vanuatu, Pro Islands. I mean, I think like Palau and Borneo are for sure the top two, and then yeah, Vanuatu is very good too, or Marquesas is very good too. Yeah, Vanuatu's solid. Pro Islands is. I didn't like Pro Islands if I remember right. I think I really, really liked the immunity challenge. The Final 3 immunity challenge is really hilarious, but I think as a whole, I didn't love that episode. But I guess we'll see because I'll rewatch it. Oh, Jose from Ment. I forgot about Jose. Yeah, that was only that was a royal thing, right? Yeah. Like Thailand, Africa All-Stars, Amazon, Australia. I think Amazon I might have higher, right? I don't remember. But, again, the problem I don't have a Popeyes like near me. Like the closest Popeyes is like I don't know, like 20 minutes away, and I just don't care enough. But yeah, next tier is what On. Yusuke, Haru, the fucking kid I never even did his confidant thing, like he's in the A tier. Sai, isn't that the final boss? Like, why is he even on this character ranking? The Holy Grail, or fuck his name is. And Sophia is in A tier. See, that's the travesty. Sophia should not be in A tier.
Check.
Oh, Haru is A tier. I can agree with. I really loved Haru on the replay. Where like first time around, I never got around to, oh, this is bad. Wait, what is the thing? I can't see it right now. There we go. Check. Okay, we'll check.
Moments of truth.
I got lucky there.
Wait, what? I won with that? Why the fuck did he go in? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Fair Play got screwed by the Final Immunity Challenge. In what way? I mean, like,
Lucky bastard.
Like I think in any way of like, okay, any immunity challenge can like benefit other people more so, but
Worth it for a few percent. That is a calculated risk.
like I think Lil was always beating him in that challenge in particular.
Yes, best let the grown-ups play.
Yeah, like B tiers, Ryuji, Kasumi, Maruki, that's his name, right? And then Kanashiro, was that his name? Was that his name? The third guy, the bank guy. I mean, this is not like an egregious list. I guess until you get the Kamashita, that's his name, right? In C tier. Yeah, Kamashita. That's where it's like, okay, this is like pretty bad, but like the rest of the list isn't like that egregious.
My beard's getting longer. Come on.
So, like the fact that this is like one of the most controversial posts, I think, is a bit much. What do I have? Okay, that's fine, I guess. Does Amanda be Alexis? I'm probably not, but we don't fully know.
No.
Why I ranked the 43 finale highly? Yeah, I think so. Like, I liked it as a whole. I mean, it was really a lot of like, okay, this is like, can Jesse do it or not? And then once he doesn't, we still have like the surprise outcome of Gable winning. So, yeah, I would rate it like somewhat high. This is really bad. What the fuck?
I don't think.
Well, we've been here before.
This is like a bad joke. Feel real lucky.
As planned.
Start playing Royal, thinking you're gonna romance Kasumi. You end up romancing Haru again. I romance on, I think, both times. I think the first time I played it, I romanced like everybody. I romanced on Makoto. Well, not everybody, but like on and Makoto. And the teacher. And the shogi player. But I romanced like a lot of people, and then that got obviously the bad ending with that. And then the second time around, I only romanced on. But I think if I were to play it again, I don't know. I might do. I think it would be Makoto or Haru. Again, the problem with Haru is that she just gets introduced so late. That's like you don't really have as much time. I guess with Royal though, you do get more time to play her storyline, but. So I just wish she was introduced like a bit earlier to allow you to have more time with her. That kind of didn't sound super right. But yeah. I have her as Special Forces. I heard it's really, really bad. Because I believe, isn't that the show that Rob did a podcast about? Rob just, oh, this is really good. And said it was really bad. Is she get targeting game changes if she goes to trial pre-merge? Yes, for sure. Again, supposedly she was going to be the first boot from... Oh, okay, never mind. But yeah, first boot from... what the fuck is that tribe called? It was Manu and...
Don't like taking risks, huh?
Something else.
Playing at my level, good.
Yeah, I could not tell you game changer tribes. Nuku. Oh, Mana and Nuku. Okay. I used to be able to name every tribe in Survivor History. I definitely couldn't anymore. I think 43 and Ghost Island are similar, but 43 is like if neither Wendell or Dom won, and Ghost Island's pretty much better. Yeah. I can definitely see that. I think 43's cast is stronger as a whole, though. I think it's probably like the one also difference. Where like I think 43 has like a pretty good cast through and through. Like I mean, like well, like yeah, you have like Justine, who's like maybe not more super memorable in the long term. Probably Naka is like kind of just fine. Mariah is kind of whatever first boot, but like I think as a whole, like it is a pretty solid cast. So at least there's that. While like Ghost Island, it's like I feel like it's a season mostly of duds, with like a few standouts here and there.
Ain't too exciting.
Now here's a respectable bet. I am calling you.
Oh, he called me. All in? Should I all in? If he has an ace, I'm fucked.
This better be worth the
Whatever. Actually, even if he has a 2, I'm fucked. Whatever, we'll do it anyway.
Then let me introduce you.
Oh, of course. Cool, I lost again. Wait, they had the same thing? That's really stupid.
You could not make this
On the
shit
right
up.
track.
You gotta... Bullshit. Got some luck in me yet?
Wow, Royal came out almost 3 years ago. That's mind-blowing to see that this is from April 2020. Dude, that's so weird to think about, that Royal came out 3 years ago. Wait, when did I last play Persona 5 then? Has it been like almost 3 years? Because I think I played it, that must mean I played at the end of 2020. Which I didn't realize it had been that long. Dude, I feel like in terms of like time and like the games I played over that time, like I don't know, these last like couple years like feel like they've gone by pretty quick in terms of like it kind of blows my mind like certain games I haven't played in like 3+ years at this point. Where again, the fact that I hadn't played like Assassin's Creed Black Flag in like 4 years before I just played it on stream is kind of mind blowing. Yeah, wow. That's so weird. It's been that long. I can't think of a single thing that happened in Ghost Island bar Chris Noble not putting the pen down in the tie vote. I don't know. I remember the Brendan vote out where like Michael lied about his idol having like 2 votes because it was like James's idol. I remember Jacob Derwin and his downfall. I remember the Morgan Ricky vote where she gets like sniped out of the game and what, 4-3-1. I really remember most of the season. It's just that's not the greatest season. Gus Kenworthy is on the cast of Wait, Anthony Scaramucci is on the cast of Special Forces. Mel B is on it. What a weird thing. There's still a tweet that Cody is still the most recent man to be voted out. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, because Jesse obviously didn't. Well, we'll play again, I guess. I guess we'll play until I win, which will definitely happen at some point. How's the Bachelorette be all those athletes? I mean, who the fuck knows? Are you saying Bachelorettes can't? Okay, that's pretty good. Can't do military shit.
I shall check.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about Michigan. Yeah, Michigan's tomorrow, right?
This will do.
Yeah, what is even gonna happen on Michigan? I don't even know. So Megan's gone. So who do we have left? We have Adam, Cooper, Sam, Leia, Bree, Bailey,
My beard's getting long.
and one other person, Andrew. So Andrew and Cooper are probably still together, right? And like Bailey is kind of with them, kind of. But then like most people are anti-Cooper, right? And like I feel like storyline wise, in terms of like the talk of like Cooper going out at 7 again, like it would make sense based on like the setup that we've had for it.
No.
If I get a 10, this could be really good.
Check.
Best player, Michigan All-Stars. Oh, fuck off. Of course, the other way. I don't even know. I would have said Cooper up until this round, and now he's like really just floundering after the Emily B boot. I guess we'll check.
All right then. Whew. Well, what a treat for you.
Yeah, I knew Australia had special forces, but I didn't know who was in it. Megan, just in general, played a really bad game. Like, I do love Megan as like a character and everything. I was rooting for her. I picked her as my winner pick. But in reality, it's like Megan did not play a good game at all. So it's like, yeah, she gets screwed over by production, like leaking the secrets about Jackson, her dating Jackson and everything. Like, that's bad. But it's like, she also didn't play well despite that.
I'm a check.
No, thank you.
Okay, that's still bad.
This game will never
Should I flip on Sam against Dylan? Yeah, I mean, I think in retrospect that was a really bad move, as it obviously started a hostility between the two. Especially because she doesn't fully go through with the move, obviously.
Gotta step up sometime.
And the thing is, like, I do think she was on the bottom of that, like, 4-person alliance. The thing is, like, it was still a 4-person alliance, and we're still pre-swap on an All-Star season. Like, there's so much root, like, there's so much to go still, to where, like, I think given the information that she had, which is that she was, like, obviously lied to, but she was told that, like, Sam had betrayed her and everything. Like, I think it makes sense why she would try to flip. Though, obviously, like, Sam is savvy enough to change his vote to not split the vote and everything, and that fucks everything up. But, like, I think on paper, it's like, I understand her move, at least. It's still bad. Adam is losing finalists. I think Adam is losing, for sure. The question for me is, like, can he even get there? Okay, this is really good now.
There we go.
Let's take this up a little, shall we?
Like, I think Crouch is for sure losing, in my mind. Adam, I think, is probably losing. Cooper, at this point, is probably losing. How much did he bet? Yeah, I think Sam could potentially win. I think Leia is, again, to me, the most likely winner. Bree, I don't really see it, but again, a lot of that could be just due to lack of content. He won? What? What did he have? Oh, fuck off. He has 7 and 8? Fuck off. I don't think Bailey can win, personally. I don't think Bailey's winning this game.
Everyone has a share of blind luck.
Like, I don't think Bailey wins if she gets to the end. I think she's, like, the type of player that, like, people assume are a big threat, but then in reality, she never actually wins if she gets to the end. Like, she's not actually respected. It's just that people in the game think that she's a threat. Where if you look on the jury, who is voting for Bailey? Almost everyone on the jury hates Bailey. Like, Megan and Sarah hate Bailey. I guess Kevin might vote Bailey. But even then, that relationship's, like, at least a bit strained. Then, I guess Nick and Bailey is, like, kind of a mixed bag, right? And also same thing with Lucy and Bailey. But still, it's like, I feel like there's more people on the jury that don't like Bailey than like Bailey. And even the people in the game, like, look at her as, like, really erratic. And, like, you have, like, Sam, like, mocking Bailey in his confessional, talking about how he's, like, outplaying her and everything. It's like, I don't know. I don't really see it for Bailey. Like, I just feel like she's the type of player that, like, gets this perception of being a big threat without actually, like, being a big threat. Like, kind of like a Lil from Her Islands, if you will. Where, like, people talk about how, like, oh, they're going to win the game if they get to the end, but then they get to the end and no one actually respects them.
Okay.
Why not make this interesting, huh?
I don't think Leia's played a Sandra game. I think Leia's played a very different game. Like, I mean, Leia's actually, like... Should I just go all in? Yeah, why not? We'll go all in.
Looking all right here.
I think Leia's actually played a really strong game. Especially if her strategy ends up working out. Like, if it's a situation where she, like, gets to the end and loses, then I think she's played a pretty poor game. But I think, like, my assumption is that she's going to end up, like, being the one that votes out Cooper. Okay, I actually lost. Okay, fuck off. Really? I really lost that? What do you have? He had he had a 4. I forgot about that. I do lose to a 4. Well, that's annoying.
Next time, I suppose.
I feel like Leia played better in season 1, probably. Maybe, I don't know. The thing is, like, I think in this season she's obviously being massively benefited from like having a lot of friends, but also I think she's utilizing that to her benefit. I don't think we're gonna buy in again. Where like I think her entire like Leia's list strategy is actually like a really like good one if she's able to articulate it, which it seems like she's able to in her confessional at least. Where again, it's one that like by saying that you have this like list of people you're not willing to vote out, it essentially makes those people that are on the list obviously not incentivized to turn against you, as they think that you want to take them far. But also, it also makes you like a stable presence in the game, to where like even the people that are not on your list, who obviously like will have some hostility for you because like you're not like obviously they know that you're not looking out for them. It also makes it so that they can like predictably like, or they think at least that they can like predict what you're going to do, which makes you a bit more stable presence than like certain other players that might not be like some other like more unpredictable players that you might want to get out instead. So it's like I do think there are like a lot of benefits to it. It's just a matter of like can she articulate it, but she has in her confessional. So.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
And like we even see Sarah even say that, well, if this is like all a strategy from her, then she's playing the best game or whatever. So it's like I don't know. Like to me, it's like I do think Leia's still winning.
Hi there.
Cooper flipping on Emily, a dumb move. Yes and no. I think in reality, it's like probably against Emily B. Yeah, he probably should have flipped against like Bailey. I mean, the thing is, like, he's on the bottom, though. I don't know. I think it's kind of a situation where, like, he's kind of fucked either way. Like, I think he's on the bottom of that group either way. Of like, he's either like towards the bottom of the original alliance, of the original 7, or he flips and obviously takes the brunt of the blame. Okay.
I saw her.
Get over her, Arthur.
Well, spoiling it, the boot order for World Championship, good or bad? I mean, depends on who you are.
I hope so.
It could be good, could be bad. I don't remember the exact boot order. I do remember the finalists, though. Best player in Michigan besides Dale? Probably Tarowski? Or yeah, I've said this before, that like to me Tarowski's like a player that like his winning game is like not great, but I think he is one of the best players to play the game. Especially like utilizing like the overall like concept of College Survivor to his benefit. But yeah, I think he's like a very solid player. Just winning game is a bit train wrecky. Yeah, Thal would also be in consideration. Yeah, Shannon. Like Dylan would be up there. I don't know. Sarah X. Who else would really be in consideration? Probably Leia, I guess. I would have probably said Mitch before, like, now knowing, like, that, like, he probably doesn't win in any scenario. I don't know. I wouldn't consider Jackson in the top, like, 10, I wouldn't think. What's the prize pool for College Survivor? It's usually like $100 or something dumb like that. Like almost nothing. Because essentially it is like, so people that play College Survivor, typically they have to pay to play, where like they have to pay like the fees for joining the club or whatever, and then usually that's eventually turned around to essentially whatever that isn't used for like buying all the things that are used for the game, that ends up leading to the prize pool, which is usually like $100 or something dumb like that. Best and worst episode of World Championship. I mean, I don't even know what the best is. Worst, I mean, I don't know either. Like they're all whatever. I think Bryce's chance of winning Survivor's same. Someone living to 200 probably. Is Sarah a good Michigan player? Sarah Gallagher, from this season, she's fine. Like I think it's tough to really like rank her particularly high, just due to like not the greatest like average placement, but yeah, she's good. What is this?
How you doing? Not good. Well, don't moan about it.
Wait, when was this? Was this in the show?
Arthur?
I have like no memory of this moment. This was on the show? Of Hope giving Ty what I assume is a letter? Is that what it is? Like, did Hope try... Wait, what? Okay, wait, so Hope... So it's like, it's not that Hope got a letter, it's more so like Hope wrote a secret letter to Ty? Is that what this situation's about? Which, like, is technically against the rules. You're not supposed to be able to write anything in the Big Brother house. Especially passing off, like, secret notes and everything. But... like, that's super random. And, like, when was that on the show? How have I not seen that until now? Ty getting Hope expelled would be funny. That would be still stupid, though. I think that would still be, like, a stupid expulsion to really expel someone for that. Especially, like, when it had, like, no actual game ramifications. But, next Wednesday. Oh, I forgot about Argentina. Yeah, I'll probably watch it. I probably won't be able to watch it by the time of the next stream. At least all of it. Or by Wednesday stream, I should say. I'll try to watch it at some point next week. I still need to finish my fucking Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Season 1 rewatch, which has been taking so long. I don't remember when I started at this point, but like I'm only halfway through the season. I still need to watch Pearl Islands after this. Pearl Islands and Genie Season 2. I think that's it, right? Like, yeah, I think I was like thinking I had to watch a lot more, but like I had already watched all the Power Ranger seasons I need to get caught up on, so like it's not actually that much, but still, like Mighty Morphin Season 1 just takes so long. It's 60 episodes, but then they're only like 19-minute episodes. But still, it just feels like it takes forever. And too far, I haven't been watching them like nonstop. I've been like still watching like some streams here and there. Obviously listening to RJP. So it's not like I've been putting like all my free time into it. But still, it's like I don't know. It's so much filler too. It's like so much of nothing, which is like pretty much why I don't like the first two seasons of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, because it's just so much filler. Yeah, I'll do the spin-off ranking. I'm not entirely sure when though. Where initially I was going to do it after World Championship, but then now that we know, well, we don't know, but like we essentially know that All Stars 4 is probably going to be airing immediately after that, and then like we know USA 2 is coming. I think I might just like wait until like the end of the year and do one for like towards the end of the year, and just include all those. Especially because like I believe from that point on the spinoff should be slowing down. Considering obviously the World Championship is done, I don't think they're bringing back anything else outside of USA 2, or USA whatever. It's like USA 2 will be done by that point, so it'll probably be another year before another one if they do another one, and then maybe there'll be an All Stars 5 coming up. But I just feel like that's probably the time to do it is after USA 2, so we'll probably just wait a little bit longer for it. And I'll probably actually end up rewatching Champs versus before doing the video there, just because I don't really remember Champs versus that much. By the way, in my casting video, though, I did put Luis on my challenge cast because why not? I guess it's between Luis and Zara, and I was like, because I mean they're both like kind of similar, obviously like British partners of Wes that like kind of learned the game and like, but I feel like I don't know, Luis is probably better as a whole, so why not? Yeah, I think we'll probably end here. We're at what, 4.5 hours, 4 hours and something. 4 hours 20 minutes, good enough. So yeah, we'll be back on Sunday. What's going on between now and then? So obviously BB Can, we'll have that to talk about. My 44 mid-season power ranking will come out. I'll probably try to get that done tomorrow if I can. Yeah, is that it? I feel like there's not that much. Oh, well, Rise and Fall. Obviously, I gotta watch Rise and Fall. What would I do without watching fucking Rise and Fall? But I will probably continue to watch that. And yeah, that's about it. I'll probably play much Saints Row for some reason. But yeah, either way, we'll have stuff to talk about. Probably not as much as we had today, but still, a lot to talk about. So yeah, see you guys then. Yeah, see you guys next time.